Welcome to Infinity Learn by Sri Chaitanya. My name is Vibhati and in today's session I'll discuss Physics Grand Test 8 with you. So let's start with the first question. The p-type semiconductor has acceptor level 57 milli electron volt. Above the valence band, the maximum wavelength of the light required to create hole is. So maximum wavelength is given as lambda as 12400 divided by E in electron volt, and from this you will get your answer in angstrom, right? So 12400 divided by E is given as 57 into 10 power minus 3 electron volt. So this will give you your wavelength for the light required to create hole as option 3, 21700 angstrom. Next is the magnetic flux linked with a circuit of resistance 100 ohm increases from 10 Weber to 60 Weber. The amount of induced charge that flows in the circuit is, so induced charge is phi2 minus phi1 divided by R, change in flux divided by resistance. So it will be 60 minus 10 divided by R is 100. So this will give you 50 upon 100 and that is equal to 0.5 coulomb, which is option 1. Next is the Earth's magnetic field at a certain place has a horizontal component of 0.3 Gauss. So Earth's magnetic field, okay, it is BH and it is given as 0.3 Gauss, and total magnetic strength is given as 0.5 Gauss. The angle of dip is, so angle of dip tan alpha is given as BV upon BH, that is vertical component divided by horizontal component. How to find vertical component? So we know that BV square plus BH square is equal to total magnetic field square. So this will be BV square plus 0.3 ka square is equal to 0.5 square. So BV square will be 0.5 square minus 0.3 square and it will give you 0.16. So BV will be under root of 0.16, which is 0.4 Gauss. So we have BV, we have BH. So by putting these values in the formula, we can get tan alpha, which is 0.4 divided by 0.3. So tan alpha is 4 upon 3 and alpha is tan inverse 4 upon 3, which is option 3. Next is a proton is moving in a uniform magnetic field B in a circular path of radius A in a perpendicular direction, and that is along z axis. Along z axis B exists. Calculate the angular momentum if the radius of this path is A and charge on the proton is E. So angular momentum is mvr. So mv as it is, r is mv upon qb, but we don't know what is the value of v, right? So we'll have to replace v in terms of r. So we know that mv upon qb is equal to r, so v will be qbr divided by m. Put it here. So this will be mv is qbr divided by m into r as it is. Cancel, so we have qb into r square, where r is a and q is e. So it is e b a square, and that is option 3. Next is a carbon film resistor has color code green, black, violet, gold. The value of the resistance is, so gold is the fourth band, so tolerance will be 5%, right? So technically third should be the correct answer. Okay, so let's see about the first, second and third band. So first band is green. So we know that BB Roy, Great Britain, right? So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So green color is for number 5. So first digit of this resistor is 5, second color is black, so second digit is 0. Black, this is brown, so for black color we have number 0 into multiplier. So multiplier will be provided by the violet color, so it is BB Roy, Great Britain, very good vibe. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9. So violet color is corresponding to number 7, so its multiplier will be 10 power 7 plus minus 5%. So you can write it as 500 into 10 power 6 ohm. So this is 500 mega ohm and tolerance will be 5%. So this will be option 3. Next is a capacitor having capacity 2 microfarad charged to 200 volt, and then plates of the capacitors are connected to a resistor wire. The heat produced in the joule will be, so it will be half CV square, half C is 2 into 10 power minus 6, V square is 200 into 200, so this will be 4 into 10 power minus 2 joules, which is option 2. Next is this one, the angle between the dipole moment and the magnetic field at any point on the equatorial line of a short bar magnet is. So we have a short bar magnet. Let's say this is the direction of P vector and this is equatorial line. So at this point the value of magnetic dipole moment will be in the opposite direction of P vector. Both are anti-parallel, right? So angle between the magnetic dipole moment over here and a magnetic field will be 180 degree, which is option 1. Sorry. Next is this one. The electric potential at any point xyz in meters is given as V is equals to 3x square. The electric field at point 2, 0, 1 is. So we know that E is equals to minus dV upon dx. So this will be minus of differentiation of 3x square. Minus of differentiation of 3x square, so it is 3 times differentiation of x square, which is 2x. So this is minus 6x. So the general form of electric field over here is minus 6x. We need to find it at x is equals to 2. So it will be minus 6 into 2, that is minus 12 volts per meter, which is option 4. Next is, if the focal length of the eyepiece of a telescope is double, then its magnifying power will be. So magnifying power is FO upon FE. Now I am increasing the focal length of the eyepiece by 2 times. So new magnifying power will be M dash, which is FO upon 2 FE. So it is 1 by 2 times FO upon FE. FO upon FE is old magnifying power. So this will be M upon 2, that is M dash. So correct answer is option 3. Next is this one. Young's double slit experiment is made in a liquid. The 10th bright fringe in liquid lies on screen where 6th dark fringe lies in vacuum. The refractive index of the liquid is approximately. So what is the location of bright fringe? Nth bright fringe. It is N lambda D upon small d. And location of nth dark fringe, so it is 2n minus 1 lambda d divided by 2 small d. Now we are performing this experiment in a liquid. Let's say its refractive index is mu and the wavelength of the light in that liquid is lambda and wavelength of the light in vacuum is lambda naught. So in this case for nth, that means 10th bright fringe, it will be 10 lambda d upon d, but this location is exactly equal to the 6th dark fringe in vacuum, right? So n will be 6 over here. So this is 2 into 6 minus 1 into lambda naught into d divided by capital D. Dd cancel. So we have, sorry, this is 2d. So we have 10 lambda is equal to 11 lambda naught divided by 2. So we got a lambda naught upon lambda as 20 upon 11 and refractive index is given as lambda naught upon lambda. So this is nothing but mu, refractive index of the liquid, which is 20 upon 11, which is approximately 1.8. Next is this one, a polarized light of intensity I naught is passed through another polarizer whose pass axis makes an angle of 60 degree with the pass axis of the former. What is the intensity of emergent polarized light from second polarizer? So I is equals to I naught cos square theta. So this is I naught cos square 60 degree. So it is I naught cos 60 degrees 1 by 2 and cos square 60 degree will be 1 by 2 whole square. So it will be I naught divided by 4 and correct answer is option 4. Next is this one, an electron of mass m and proton have same energy E. So let's compare electron and proton first, sorry photon, photon. They have the same energy E. Electron has m mass, the ratio of de Broglie wavelengths associated with them is. So for electron, de Broglie wavelength lambda E is h upon under root 2 me. Okay. For photon, E is equals to P into C. So momentum of the photon is E upon C and de Broglie wavelength of the photon is h upon P, that is h upon E upon C. So this is hc upon E, right? Now we need to take the ratio of lambda E to lambda P. So it is h upon under root 2 me divided by hc upon E. HH cancel, so we have E upon C under root 2 me. You can take this E into under root, so it will be under root E square divided by 2 me and we have 1 upon C outside, E cancel, so we have 1 upon C under root E upon 2 m as our ratio to lambda E to lambda P, which is option 4. Next is magnetic moment of an electron in the nth orbit of hydrogen atom is. So magnetic moment m upon L, angular momentum is E upon 2m, right? So magnetic moment is EL upon 2m. So it is E, L over here is MVR and MVR is equals to NH upon 2 pi. Okay, so instead of L, put MVR, MVR is equals to NH upon 2 pi, so this is NH upon 2 pi, right. So over here, it will give you E and H divided by 4 pi m, E and H divided by 4 pi m, which is option 2. Next is starting with sample of pure Cu66, 7 upon 8 of it decays into Zn in 15 minutes. Okay, so we have complete one sample and in 15 minutes it decays into 7 by 8, 1 by 8 portion. 7 upon 8 part is decayed. So remaining is 1 upon 8 portion. So if you wait for half-life, one half-life, it will become 1 by 2. The sample will become half. If you wait for one more half-life, it will become 1 by 2 of 1 by 2. Matlab half of remaining sample, half over here. So it will become 1 by 4. Now, if you wait for one more half-life, it will become half of what was remaining here. So it will be half of 1 by 4, that is equal to 1 by 8. And we are exactly left with 1 upon 8 of Cus. Remaining 7 upon 8 portion is decayed into Zn in 15 minutes. So basically, if you want to have only 1/8 of the sample, you should wait for 1 half-life plus 1 half-life plus 1 half-life. That means you should wait for 3 half-lives. So 3 half-lives are equivalent to 15 minutes over here. So half-life is 15 upon 3, that is 5 minutes. So correct answer is option 1. Next is transfer characteristic, that is output voltage versus input voltage for a base bias transistor in common emitter configuration is shown in the figure. We want to use this transistor as a switch. It is used in. So, if you want to use transistor as a switch, you should use it in region 1 and region 2. So, correct answer is option 2. Next is the electric field intensity produced by the radiations coming from 100-watt bulb at a 3-meter distance is A. So, 100-watt bulb at a 3-meter distance is E. If the electric field intensity produced by the radiations coming from 50-watt bulb will be at the same distance. So, we are decreasing the power to 1 by 2 and we need to find the next new electric field intensity. So, electric field intensity is directly proportional to under root of average power. Now, we are decreasing the power by 1 by 2, right. So, if you compare it to E1 upon E2, that is equal to under root of P1 upon P2. So, this will give you what? Under root of 100 upon 50, that is equal to under root of 2. So, E1 is E. So, we get E upon E2 as under root of 2 and this will give you what? E2 as E upon under root of 2, which is option 3. Next is the average power dissipated in a pure inductor is. So, in pure inductor, phase difference between current and voltage is pi by 2, right. Voltage leads the current by pi by 2 in pure inductive circuit. So, over here average power is I naught into V naught divided by 2 into cos phi, but phi is pi by 2. So, it will become I naught V naught divided by 2 cos pi by 2. Cos pi by 2 is 0. So, average power will be 0, that is option 3. Next is the induced EMF in a coil of 10 Henry in which current varies from 9 ampere to 4 ampere in minus 0.2 second, right. Time can never be negative, right. So, over here we need to find induced EMF, right. So, just a second. Induced EMF E is minus L di by dt. So, this is minus of L is 10, di, change in current is I2 minus I1, that is 4 minus 9, divided by time is 0.2. So, this will give you minus 10 into 5 divided by 0.2, that is 50, and this minus will be plus. So, this will give you 5 and that is equal to 250 volt, which is option 2. Next is a person has a minimum distance of distinct vision as 50 centimeter. The power of lens required to read a book at a distance of 25 centimeter is. So, over here 1 upon focal length is equal to power if focal length is in meter, right. So, 1 upon focal length in this case is minus 1 upon near point plus 1 upon V over here. V is 25 centimeter and near point is minus 50 centimeter over here. So, this will give you minus 1 upon 50 plus 1 upon 25, LCM will be 50. So, this is minus 1 plus 2, that is 1 upon 50 and that is 1 upon focal length. So, focal length is 50 centimeter. So, power is 100 upon F diopter if F is in centimeter. So, this will give you 100 divided by 50 and that is equal to 2 diopter, which is option 3. Next is in an ammeter 0.2% of main current passes through the galvanometer. So, let us say main current is I. So, 0.2%, that is 0.2 divided by 100 of I is passing through galvanometer, that is nothing but Ig, full deflection current, which is equal to I upon 500. If the resistance of the galvanometer is G, then what is the resistance of the ammeter? So, this is galvanometer having resistance G, I current is passing through it and this is shunt resistance. So, remaining I minus Ig will pass through shunt resistance S, right. So, over here we need to find the value of S first in order to find the total value of resistance of this ammeter, which is nothing but parallel combination of G and S. So, this will give you Potential difference will be same. So Ig into G is equal to I minus Ig into S. Ig is I upon 500 into G is equal to I minus I upon 500 into S. So you can write it as I upon 500 G is equal to 499 I S divided by 500. This will cancel this, I cancel this. So S is G upon 499. S is G upon 499. So parallel combination of this two will give you effective resistance of the ammeter, which is equal to GS divided by G plus S. G is G, S is G upon 499 divided by G plus G upon 499. So effective will be G upon 500 ohms, right? So correct answer is option 3. Next is the dimensional formula of fluid resistance is. So fluid resistance is given as 8 eta L divided by pi r to the power 4. 8 upon pi is a constant, so it is dimensionless. Eta is the coefficient of viscosity. Its dimensional formula will be ml inverse T inverse L is L divided by r to the power 4 is L to the power 4. This will cancel this, so we are left with m L minus 4 T minus 1, which is option 2, not 3, option 2, sorry. Next is, in a methane CH4 molecule, one of the CH bond is in the direction of I cap plus J cap plus K cap, and adjacent CN bond is in the direction of I cap minus J cap minus K cap. The angle between these two bonds is, so what is the magnitude of this vector? Under root of 1 square plus 1 square plus 1 square, that is under root of 3. Magnitude of this vector, under root of 1 square plus minus 1 square plus minus 1 square, that is equal to under root of 3. So cos theta is equal to, if it is A vector, it is B vector, then cos theta is given as A vector dot B vector divided by magnitude of A into magnitude of B vector. What is A dot B? So it is I cap plus J cap plus K cap dot I cap minus J cap minus K cap divided by magnitude of A is under root 3 into magnitude of B is under root 3. So this will give you 1 into 1, 1 minus 1 into minus, sorry, plus 1 into minus 1 is minus 1, and again plus 1 into minus 1 is minus 1 divided by under root 3 into 3 is 3. So 1 minus 1 cancel, so this is minus 1 by 3. So we have cos theta is minus 1 by 3, so theta is cos inverse minus 1 by 3, which is option 3. Next is this one. Parachutist after bailing out falls 50 meter without friction. So this is the height at which it is parachutist is bailing out, and it falls 50 meter under gravity, right? So at this point, let's say its velocity is v, and this velocity will be under root 2 gh. So this is under root 2 into 10 into 50, that is equal to under root 1000 meter per second. When the parachute opens, it decelerates at 5 meter per second square. So at 50 meter drop, the person is opening his parachute. So after this, the deceleration will be 5 meter per second square, and this is, let's say, ground, and it will fall to the ground at a speed of 1 meter per second, right? So deceleration over here is 5 meter per second square, so it will be minus 5 meter per second square in the equation, right? So we have, let's say, the height is h now. So we have initial velocity, we have final velocity, we have acceleration, we need to find h, right? So apply this equation, v square is equal to u square plus 2as. V square is 1 cos square is equal to u square is under root of 1000 cos square, 1000 plus 2, a is minus 5 into s is h. So over here, this will give you 10h is equal to 1000 minus 1, which is approximately 1000, which is 10h. So h will be approximately 100 meter. So after opening the parachute, the person will fall to 100 meter height, right? So total distance from this point to this point is 100 plus 50, 150 meter, right? So correct answer is option 3. Next is, a projectile is projected into air with certain velocity making an angle alpha with horizontal. It passes through a point 10, 20 and 20, 10 in its path along the plane before striking the ground. The horizontal range of the projectile is. So let's use equation of trajectory. Y is equals to x tan theta into 1 minus x upon r. Put first point P in this equation. Y is 20, x is 10, tan alpha, angle of projection is alpha, 1 minus x, x is 10 divided by r. So this will be 10 tan alpha r minus 10 divided by r. Now put this second point into this equation. So you will get y, that is 10, is equal to x is 20 tan alpha 1 minus x is 20 divided by r. So this will be 20 tan alpha and this will be r minus 20 divided by r. Now divide equation 1 and 2. So 20 by 10 is equal to 10 this divided by this. So this will give you what? This will give you 2 is equal to tan alpha, this is cancel, 1 by 2, r cancel. So this is r minus 10 divided by r minus 20. So we have 4 r minus 80 is equal to r minus 10 and we have 3 r is equal to 70. So range is 70 upon 3 meter, which is option 4. Next is this one, an aircraft executes a horizontal loop at a certain speed of 540 km per hour with its wing banked at 17 degree. Angle of banking is 17 degree. The diameter of the loop is. So speed is 540. So it is 540 into 5 upon 18. So this will be 150 meter per second. And we know that v square is equals to rg tan theta. So this will give you r as v square upon g tan theta. And diameter will be 2r. So this is equal to diameter is equals to 2v square upon g tan theta. So put all these values over here. So 2 v square is 150 into 150 divided by g is tan, and tan 17 degrees given as 0.3. So this will cancel this. This will cancel this. This is 5 and we have 15,000 meter, which is equal to 15 kilometer, which is option 1. Next is this one, a uniform sphere of weight w and radius 5 centimeter is being held by a string of length 8 centimeter as shown in the figure. The tension in the string is. So this is uniform sphere, this is the center and this is wall, and okay, not this is not the wall, just a second. Let me make a proper diagram here. Okay, this is the wall, okay, and this is radius r. R is 5 centimeter, length of the string up to this it is 8 centimeter, like this. So this total will be 8 plus 5, 13 centimeters. So if you look at this right angle triangle over here, if this angle is theta, then this angle is theta, this is given as 5, this total is 8 plus 5, 13 centimeter. So using Pythagoras theorem, you can find this value also, which is under root of 13 square minus 5 square, which will give you 12 centimeter. So this is equal to 12 centimeter, this length from this to this. Okay. Now, if you make the FBD of the sphere over here, this is sphere, this is tension T and this is W, okay, and this will be normal reaction N. So, if you look at this angle, if this is theta, then this is also theta. So, this component of tension is T cos theta and this component of tension is T sin theta. So, we know that T cos theta is balanced by W, right. So, over here T cos theta is equal to W. Now, using this triangle, find the value of cos theta. This is base, this is perpendicular, this is hypotenuse. Base upon hypotenuse will be cos theta. So, T into 12 by 13 is equal to W. So, T will be 13W divided by 12, which is option 4. Next is this one. A balloon of mass m is descending at a constant acceleration alpha. When a mass m is released from the balloon, it starts rising with the same acceleration alpha. So, let's understand the case of descending first. It is descending with mg force downwards and some buoyant force upwards, okay, and acceleration is alpha downwards. So, net force is mg minus r is equal to m alpha. So, r will be mg minus m alpha. Now, if we are removing small m mass from the balloon, it starts rising with the same acceleration alpha, assuming that its volume does not change, because buoyant force will be rho Vg. So, it does not change when volume is constant, then value of small m is. So, in the second case, remaining mass of the balloon will be capital M minus small m. So, weight will be downwards, buoyant upwards and alpha upwards. So, now net force is R minus M into G is equal to M minus M alpha, right. So, R is what? R is mg minus m alpha minus mg plus mg is equal to m minus m alpha, right. Mg cancel. So, we have small mg is equal to m alpha minus m alpha plus capital M alpha. So, this is 2m minus small m into alpha. So, alpha will be small mg divided by 2 capital M minus small m, right. So, correct answer is, okay, we need to find the value of small m. Okay. Let's erase it from here. I was under this impression that we need to find the value of alpha. Okay, let's rearrange this thing. Method is correct. We just have to rearrange this expression a bit. Okay, so okay, this is minus m alpha plus mg is equal to m alpha minus m alpha, right. So, small m g plus alpha will be 2m alpha, right. So, small m will be 2m alpha divided by g plus alpha. So, correct answer is option 2 now. Next is, two uniform ropes A and B made of same material with different circular cross sections are kept on table such that the fraction of their lengths are hanging freely from the edge of the table. If the diameter of the rope A to B are in the ratio of 1 by 2 and their hanging lengths are in the ratio 2:1. Hanging lengths are L1 and L2 respectively, or LA or LB. The ratio of work done to pull the entire ropes A and B on the table is, so work done over here is given as mgl divided by 2n square. So, it is mgl divided by 2 capital L divided by small n ka, L ka square. Capital L is total length and small l is the length of the rope hanging, right? Mass is density into volume, so it is density into volume. Volume is area of cross section into length, so it is A into L into GL divided by 2 capital L square into small l square in the numerator. L square will cancel this L square. So work done is rho G divided by 2 A into L square. Area of cross section is pi d square by 4, where d is the diameter, right? So this will be rho G by 8 d square L square. So you can see that work done is directly proportional to d square into L square. So WA divided by WB will be dA square LA square divided by dB square LB square. dA upon dB is 1 by 2, so this is 1 by 2 ka whole square, into LA upon LB is 2 upon 1, so this is 2 by 1 ka whole square, and ratio will be 1:1, which is option 4. Next is this one. In oblique projectile motion, the power of the gravitational force of statement A is negative for first half, 0 at top most point and positive for rest half. So power is force into velocity. So during this projectile motion, if you look at the gravitational force over here, the mj is downwards, vertical component of the velocity will be at any time t, let's write velocity. So velocity at any time t is u cos theta I cap plus u sin theta minus gt j cap. This is for any time t, right, where u is the initial velocity and theta is the angle of projection. So this is v vector, right? So power is force, which is mg minus j cap dot velocity is u cos theta I cap plus u sin theta minus gt j cap, right, minus gt j cap. So if you take the dot product, you will get it is as minus mg into u sin theta minus gt, right. So initially when the velocity is in upward direction up to first half of this projectile, power will be negative because mg and velocity both are anti-parallel. When projectile is at the highest point, vertical component of the velocity will be 0, so power will be 0, and during lowest downward journey, mg as well as vertical component of the velocity are downwards, right? So power will be positive. So first option is true. Second is it varies linearly with time. So yeah, it varies linearly with time. This is given as power, right? So correct. This is also true. So correct answer is option A. Both A and B are correct. Next is this one. A block is sliding up along a rough inclined plane of coefficient of kinetic friction mu k. It travels a certain distance up to the plane, retraces its path, reaches again the same point of projection here. If the time of descent is 3 times time of ascent, right? So time of descent divided by time of ascent is 3, and let's say this is n, okay. So if angle is the theta for inclination, then what is the value of mu k? So it is very simple, bachcho. Mu k is given as tan theta into n square minus 1 divided by n square plus 1. So this will be tan theta into 3 square minus 1 divided by 3 square plus 1. So this is 9 minus 1, 8 divided by 9 plus 1, 10, right? So it is 4 upon 5 tan theta, which is option 3. Next is this one. A proton A with speed v moves directly towards a free proton B, originally at rest. Assuming the collision in one dimension, since both are of the same charge, they will repel each other, right? This is approaching towards this proton, but because of the same nature, they will repel each other, and at a distance of closest approach, their velocity will be same, and finally they will move with the same velocity, right? So let's say the velocity of the common Common velocity of this setup is v dash. So according to conservation of angular momentum, mv is equals to 2 mv dash. So v dash will be v upon 2, right? So they move with the same speed v by 2 at the instant of minimum separation. Next is angular momentum of the particle rotating in a central force is constant due to. So dl by dt is equal to tau, and if it is tau is 0, that means angular momentum is constant. So correct answer is option 4. Next is, in a circular disk of mass m and radius r is oscillating about an axis passing through its edge and perpendicular to its plane, the angular frequency of the oscillation is. So angular frequency of the oscillation is given as mgl divided by I, where I is the moment of inertia of this disk about its tangent over here. So it is ICM. ICM is mr square by 2 plus, if you apply parallel axis theorem for finding this, so it will be ICM plus md square. D is equals to separation between these two axes, that is r. So this is mr square by 2 plus mr square, that is 3 by 2 mr square, right? So it will be under root of mgr divided by 3 by 2 mr square. So this will give you correct answer of 2 mg, mm also cancel, so 2g divided by 3r, that is option 1. Next is this one, a homogeneous solid cylindrical roller of mass m and radius r is pulled on a cricket pitch by a horizontal force F as shown in the figure. Assuming rolling without slipping, angular acceleration of the cylinder is, so this is F. So net force F minus F is equal to ma. A is equals to alpha r, so you can write it as m alpha r. Now torque is equal to I alpha, and that is equal to friction force into radius about its central axis, right? So I for this solid cylinder is mr square by 2, so this is mr square by 2 into alpha is equal to fr. RR cancel, so we have friction force as mr alpha divided by 2, put it here. So we'll get F minus mr alpha divided by 2 is equals to mr alpha. So we have F is equal to 3 by 2 mr alpha, and alpha will be 2f upon 3 mr, which is option 1. Next is, when 100 particles of masses 1, 2, 3 up to 100 kg are kept at a distance 1, 2, 3 up to 100 meter respectively from the origin on the x-axis, the distance of center of mass of the particles from the origin is. So we have 100 particles and they are kept at 1 meter, this is origin. So 1 meter pe we have 1 kilogram, at 2 meter we have 2 kilogram, at 99 meter we have 99 kilogram, and at 100 meter we have 100 kilogram. So xcm over here will be m1 x1 plus m2 x2 up to mn xn divided by m1 plus m2 up to mn. So it is 1 into 1 plus 2 into 2 up to 100 into 100 divided by, this is 1 plus 2 up to 100. So this is nothing but square of 100 numbers, 1 square plus 2 square, 3 square up to 100 square divided by, this is 1 plus 2 plus up to 100. So square of 100 first natural numbers is n into 2n plus 1 into n plus 1 divided by 6 divided by square addition of 100 natural numbers over here will be n into n plus 1 divided by 2. So this will cancel this, this will cancel this. So we have 2n plus 1 divided by 3 and n is 100. So this is 201 divided by 3, which is approximately 67 meter, which is option 3. Next is, the gravitational field strength due to a circular ring of mass m and radius r at its center is 0. This is true. The gravitational field strength due to a circular ring of maximum is maximum at a distance r by 2 on its axis from the center of the ring. No, it is maximum at a distance r upon root 2, not at r by 2. So this is false. So statement A is correct and statement B is incorrect. Next is a uniform cylindrical rod of length 2L, cross section area A, and Young's modulus Y is acted upon the forces shown in the figure. The elongation of the rod is. So elongation, we know that it is FL upon A delta L. So delta L is FL divided by AY. So due to 2F force, elongation is, let's say, delta L1. So it is 2F divided by A into L. L is the length is L minus L upon 3 divided by Young's modulus. Due to F, the elongation is delta L2 and it is equal to F upon A into L upon 3 divided by Y, because it is for L upon 3, right. So this is 2F upon A into 3Y into 2L plus this will give you FL upon 3AY. Okay. So from this one you will get the correct answer as 11 FL upon 3AY. And I think this is also, we have one more left, that is FL upon AY due to this F, right. So this will give you 11 FL upon 3AY, which is option 2. Next is 38. When a fluid is flowing a pipe of uniform cross section, the inertia and viscous forces are F1 and F2 respectively. The Reynolds number of the pipe is given as. So Reynolds number is nothing but inertial force divided by viscous force. So this is equal to F1 upon F2. Inertia force is F1 and viscous force is F2, which is option 1. Next is this one, drop of liquid of density D and floating half immersed in a liquid of density rho. If the surface tension of the liquid is T, then the diameter of the drop will be. So net force will be 0 because it is floating. So force due to surface tension is T into 2 pi r plus buoyant force in the upward direction, that is rho V by 2 into G, because it is half immersed and that is balanced by mg. So it is dVg, right. So you can write it as 2 pi Tr is equal to Vg common d minus rho by 2, that is 4 by 3 pi r cube into G into 2d minus rho divided by 2, right. So this will cancel this. So we have 2 pi Tr is equal to 2 by 3 pi r cube into G into 2d minus rho. Okay, so pi cancel, 2 cancel. So we have 3 Tr divided by G 2d minus rho is equal to r cube. R cancel. So this is r square. So r square is 3t upon rho into 2d minus g. Okay. So this is equal to r square. So r will be under root of 3t upon g into 2d minus rho. But we need to find the diameter. So diameter is 2 times resistor. This 2 will go into this square root. So it will become 4. So 4 into 3 is 12. So diameter will be 12t divided by g into 2d minus rho, which is option 4. Next is this one, the time taken for the formation of ice layer of thickness 1 centimeter on the surface is 1 hour. The further time taken to form on ice layer of thickness 3 centimeter on the surface of the same lake is. So time is directly proportional to x square, right. So T2 upon T1 will be x2 square upon x1 square. So this will give you 3 centimeter ka square divided by 1 ka square, that is 9. So T2 is 9 T1. T1 is given as 1 hour, so this is 9 hour. So in order to form 1 centimeter ice layer, we need 1 hour. In order to form total 3 centimeter of ice layer, we need 9 hour. But 1 centimeter is already formed. So after 1 centimeter, we require only 2 centimeter of thickness. So remaining time will be 9 minus 1, that is 8 hours. So correct answer is option 1. Next is this one. In a mixture of gases, the average number of degree of freedom per molecule is 6. So gamma is 1 plus 2 upon F, that is 1 plus 2 upon 6, which is 4 by 3. RMS speed of the molecule Vrms is equal to C, which is under root 3 RT upon M. The velocity of the sound in the mixture of gases is, so velocity of sound is given as under root gamma RT upon M, which is 4 by 3 RT upon M divided. So we'll get C upon Vs is equal to RT upon M cancel. So we have under root of 3 divided by under root of 4 by 3, right. So this will give you 3 by 2. Right, so Vs will be 2 by 3C, which is option 2. Next is this one. A particle perform SHM with amplitude A. Its speed is tripled at the instant when it is at a distance 2a upon 3 from the equilibrium position. The new amplitude of the motion is. So if speed is V, then it is omega under root A square minus x square. Now if speed is tripled, that means 3V is equals to omega under root A dash square minus x square. X is given as 2a upon 3. Divide it. So we get 1 upon 3 is equals to under root of a square minus x square divided by a dash ka square minus x square. Square it. So you'll get 1 upon 9 is equal to a square minus x square divided by a dash ka square minus x square. So it is a dash ka square minus 9x square is equal to a square minus x square. So a dash square is x square plus a square plus 8x square. So this is a square plus 8. X square is 2a upon 3 ka square, which is 4a square upon 9. So this is 9 plus 32. 9 plus 32 is 49. 49 a square divided by 9 is a dash ka square. So a dash will be under root of 49a divided by 9, which is 7 upon 3a. Correct answer is option 3. Next is this one. Carnot engine works as a refrigerator between 250 Kelvin and 300 Kelvin. It receives 500 calories of heat from the reservoir at the lower temperature. The amount of work done in each cycle to operate the refrigerator is, the W is equal to Q1 minus Q2, and we know that Q1 upon Q2 is equal to T1 upon T2, right. So you can write, we need to find the amount of work done, right. So you can write, we know Q2, we don't know Q1. So you can write Q1 as W plus Q2 divided by Q2 is equal to T1 upon T2. T1 is 300 divided by 250. So this is 6 upon 5. Q2 is 500 calories, right. So it is 5W plus 5 Q2 is equal to 6 Q2. So 5W is equals to Q2. So W is Q2 upon 5, that is equal to 100 calories. But we need our answer in joules, right. So 100 calories into 4.2. So this will give you answer in joule, that is 420 joule, which is option 1. Next is this one. The relation between internal energy U, pressure P and volume V for an ideal gas in a adiabatic process is given as 2 plus 4 PV. The value of ratio of specific heats of the gas is given by. So let's differentiate it. So this is du is equals to 0 plus P 4 P dV plus 4 V dP. Now this is an adiabatic process. So dq will be 0 and that is equal to du plus dw. So basically du, which is 4 P dV plus 4 V dP plus dw is P dV is equal to 0. So you can write phi P dV plus 4V dP is equal to 0, or you can write it as phi upon 4 dV upon V plus dP upon P is equals to 0, right. So, if you integrate this thing, you will get P V power pi upon 4 is equal to constant, and gamma is phi upon 4. So, correct answer is option 4, phi upon 4, not 2, 4. Next is this one, 200 gram of steam at 100 degrees Celsius, sorry 20 gram of steam at 100 degrees Celsius is mixed with 40 gram of ice at 0 degrees Celsius. The mass of steam uncondensed is. So, let us say we need energy from steam to melt this ice, right, and by melting this ice, I mean melt this ice at 0 degrees Celsius. After that, increase the temperature of the water made from this ice to 0 to 100 degrees Celsius. So, heat required is ml, that is latent heat of fusion for ice, okay, sorry, and that is equal to 80. So, for converting this ice to 0 degree water, it is 40 into 80 calories of heat plus. Now, we have 40 gram of water at 0 degrees Celsius, and I want to increase the temperature of 40 gram of water from 0 to 100 degrees Celsius. I need heat is equals to ms delta theta. M is 40, S is 1 and delta theta is 100. So, required heat is 3200 plus 4000, that is 7200 calories. Okay. Now, this heat will be provided by ice. Steam, sorry. So, steam will provide this heat by converting itself into water at 100 degrees Celsius. So, let us say m mass of the steam is condensed. So, using m mass, the heat released by the steam is ml, and L is latent heat of vaporization, which is 540, and m into L, and it is equivalent to 7200. So, m will be this divided by this. So, this will be 680. So, this is 40 by 3 gram. So, out of 20 gram, 40 by 3 gram steam is converting itself into water, right, for this much calories. So, remaining mass of steam uncondensed will be 20 minus 40 by 3, that is 60 minus 40 by 3, that is 20 by 3 gram, which is option, option 2, 20 by 3 gram. Next is a taut string fixed at both ends vibrates in nth overtone. The separation between the adjacent nodes and antinode is equal to d, then string length is. So, lambda by 4 is the separation between adjacent node and antinode. Just a second. This is 40 by 3, right? 40 by 3, we have 20 grams, so 20 minus 40 by 3, 60 by 3, yeah, 20 by 3, 20 by 3 gram. Correct answer is option 2. A taut string fixed at both ends vibrates in nth overtone. The separation between adjacent node and antinode is equal to d, then string length is. So, the separation between node and antinode is lambda by 4 and it is given as d. So, lambda is equal to 4d. Now, for nth overtone, that means n plus 1th harmonic, the length of the string required is the length lambda, wavelength is lambda, which is 12 upon n plus 1. Okay. So, L will be lambda into n plus 1 divided by 2. So, lambda is 4d into n plus 1 divided by 2, which is 2d into n plus 1, which is option 1. Next is this one, the frequency of tuning forks A and B are respectively 3% more and 2% less than the frequency of tuning fork C. So, let us say frequency of tuning fork C is f. So, its frequency of A is 3% more. So, it is f plus 3.03 f, which is 1.03 f, and frequency of B is 2% less than f. So, it is 0.98 f. When A and B are simultaneously excited, 5 beats per second are produced. That means frequency of A minus frequency of B is 5, which is equal to 0.05 f, and that is equal to 5. So, f will be 100 hertz. Then frequency of tuning fork A will be 1.03 into 100, that is equal to 103 Hertz, which is option 3. Next is this one. A motorcycle starts from stationary source of sound and moves away from a source with a uniform acceleration 2 meter per second square. So velocity of the motorcycle is 80, which is 2 into t. Distance travelled by the motorcycle when the person on it hears the sound of frequency, which is 94% of the true frequency. So if frequency is f, then frequency heard by the motorcyclist is 0.94 of true frequency, and that is equal to f into v minus vo. Okay, v minus vo. Vo is the velocity of the observer, which is 2t, divided by v is equal to 0.94 f, right. Put v is equals to 300 over here and you will get the value of time. Once you get the value of time, distance travelled by the motorcyclist will be half at square. A is 2, you will get the value of time using this equation and you will get the distance as 98 meter, which is option 2. Next is this one. What is the output Y in the following circuit when all A, B, C are for 0 then 1? So when you put 0, 0, 0 input at A, B and C, this will produce 0 AND gate and this will produce 0. So 0, 0 across NAND gate will give you 1. When you put 1, 1, 1 input for P over here, so this will produce 1 and this will produce 1. So the input of this NAND gate is 1 and 1, and at 1 and 1 input NAND gate gives you what? 0. So correct answer is option 3. Next is this one. A plano-convex lens. A plano-convex lens is made of glass of refractive index 1.5. The radius of the curvature of the lens convex surfaces are, the focal length is. So we need to find the focal length of this plano-convex lens over here, right. So focal length is r upon mu minus 1, and that is equal to r upon 1.5 minus 1, and this is r upon 0.5, which is equal to 2r, which is option 3.
Hello students, I am your chemistry mentor K. Srinivas Rao. Today we will discuss the solutions of Grand Test 8. Let us see. An element A belongs to 4th period and 15th group. Any question which is based on this, you should have a complete idea about the elements in the periodic table. So which group, which element belongs, what is the period number, you should be very much thorough with that. He is saying 4th period and 15th group. Let us write what you can say 4th period, 15th group. 15th group we know it is nitrogen family, 15th group. So we start with nitrogen, phosphorus, arsenic, antimony, bismuth. Now he is what you can say talking about 4th period. We know nitrogen belongs to 2nd period, phosphorus belongs to 3rd period, and arsenic belongs to 4th period. So he is talking about arsenic. So it does not matter here. 15th group has a general configuration. What is that? NS2 NP3. So phosphorus will have configuration 3s2 3p3. So just as a reference for this element, otherwise you can answer this with respect to the group also. It has a completely filled what you can say S and half filled what you can say p orbitals. So here the trick in the question is you can go like this, or once you understand is a 15th group, any element of the 15th group should follow the same sequence, completely filled S and half filled P. So even if you do not know the sequence also, it is not an issue for this particular what you can say example. So therefore it is completely filled S orbital and half filled P orbitals. In the IUPAC nomenclature, when you have many functional groups, there is a priority order given. You just stick on to the priority order which is mentioned in the textbook. Here you just see, you know, more oxidized group has high priority. So it is needless to say the acid has more priority. So in that context you should eliminate what you can say first one. Once you have the acid, next you have the aldehyde, it is more oxidized. How do you know? Alcohols on oxidation gives aldehyde, aldehyde on oxidation gives acid. So more oxidized group is having high priority, relatively less oxidized group will have low priority. So therefore 2nd, 3rd and 4th are appropriate. Second and fourth will win over third one because aldehyde has high priority. Next you have NH2 and OH. We know that OH has high priority when compared to NH2. So therefore the priority order in this case will be the fourth one, where acid has more priority than aldehyde. Aldehyde has more priority than OH. So you should always cut down the list which is not what you can say relevant, so that whichever is left out options you will be more focused and meticulously one or other condition will tell you how to decide the answer. Ionic radii of A plus and B minus. In this question we should understand any atom which is forming cation. Cation means what? Number of protons will be more than electrons. So a large size atom on losing what you can say electron will become small size. Small size atom on gaining electron become large size, because the size of anion is almost double the size of what you can say its atom. So therefore A plus B minus, this is what you can say radius of A plus and radius of B minus. Here he is saying it is same. What is we are saying? The radius of an atom is always more than radius of its cation. So in that context, radius of A should be more than 1.34 angstroms. Radius of atom will be less than radius of its anion. So therefore radius of what you can say B should be less than the size of 1.34 angstroms. So we should look for the value where first one value will be more than 1.34. These two are 1.34, ruled out. This is less than 1.34, ruled out. These two are more than 1.34, so any of these two can be the answer with respect to cation. But with respect to anion, what we said, radius of B should be less than 1.34. Which is less than 1.34? Third one. So therefore you should see that atom size will be more than its cation and atom size will be less than its anion. So this value is less, it increased to what is 1.34. This value is more, it's decreased to 1.34. That's the way it should be analyzed. Okay. This is from hydrogen-rich compounds. He is talking about the hydride. So you should have a good concept in your mind about the hydrides. Hydrides, we know what you can say, we have ionic hydrides, we have covalent hydrides, we have what you can say interstitial hydrides, we also have complex hydrides. In this particular discussion, chromium hydride, transitional elements are known to form interstitial hydrides. You see transitional elements, in this case what is given? Chromium hydride. So first one is what you can say correct statement. He is asking about the incorrect statement. Second one, CH4. In the covalent hydrides there are three categories. What is that? We have electron deficient, which is third group elements which form BH3. For example, you see they are not having 8 electrons, they do not have octet condition. Electron precise hydrides, those which are exactly equal to octet. For example, you take CH4, you see they don't have any lone pairs. They don't have lone pairs, they have 8 electrons, they have the octet condition. And electron rich hydrides like you take NH3, this you see NH3. In the case of this is having 8 electrons. So why not this is also electron precise? Here also it's having octet, here also it's having octet, but it has a lone pair which is capable of donating. That's the key issue now. So it has a lone pair, it's capable of donating, so it is electron pair donor. This is not an electron pair donor. So second one, CH4, is electron precise hydride. These two statements are correct. Lithium hydride has predominant covalent character. Generally metal hydrides are ionic in nature. Like lithium forms salts which are covalent in nature, lithium hydride also what you can say is covalent, because the size of lithium cation is what you can say lithium size is less. As the radius of lithium plus is less, according to Fajan's rule, it has a tendency to have what you can say covalent character. So lithium hydride has predominant covalent character, that is also right. Let us see the last one. Sodium hydride molten. Molten means what? When a solid is heated, it converts into liquid, that's called molten form. Molten form is different from aqueous form. Molten form, liquid form, fused form, these three are same terms. That means a solid is heated, it converts into liquid. So now in the case of NaH, NaH is a molten form, it is plus and this is minus. You are getting what you can say Na plus and hydride ions. Hydride ions are anions. In this case hydrogen is in the form of anion, it is rich with electrons. So once it is having rich with electrons, it will oxidize to lose that excess electrons and forms what you can say hydrogen gas. So therefore oxidation occurs what you can say always at anode, remember. Whether it is electrolytic cell or electrochemical cell, oxidation always occurs at anode. Sign convention may be different. So hydrogen is liberated at anode, but here he has mentioned hydrogen liberates at cathode for sodium hydride. So this is the incorrect statement, therefore our answer is fourth one. Here he is testing what you can say several aspects. So you have to apply the concept, it's still on what you can say basics, isn't it? Molar solubility of zirconium phosphate. Now you should be able to what you can understand, we have zirconium, scandium, titanium, this is yttrium, zirconium. Zirconium we are talking about, right now the context here is zirconium, which is same member what you can say in the case of titanium. So therefore what you are seeing here, just like titanium shows +4, zirconium also shows +4. You know phosphate, what is phosphate? PO4 -3. Radical charges we have to certainly know, guys. How do you know zirconium? From the oxidation state. That's why you should remember elements belongs to which group, which period, what are general charges they show, because the key issue in this problem is remembering the charges. Now crisscross multiplication, what could be the formula in this case? Zirconium will be 3 times and phosphate what you can say will be 4 times. This will be +12, this will be -12. So first we have ensured that we have written formula correctly. Now let us come to the discussion of solubility. There is a general formula for solubility. What is that? Ksp is equal to, we can write m to the power m, n to the power n, s to the power m plus n. You can write any other what you can say representation of alphabets other than m and n, but this is more conventionally used. Now m represents number of components or number of what you can say species coming from the positive end, that is 3. Number of anion what you can say coming is 4. So therefore 3 will be this, 3 to the power 3, 4 will be what you can say this m will be 3. I hope it's understood now. N is equal to 4, so it is 4 to the power 4, and s to the power what you can say this is 3 plus 4. So now it is s to the power 3 plus 4, it is what you can say s7 here. Even if you don't spend time in calculating this one, whatever the value it leads, s7 is only one condition here. In this case you see third one. So sometimes you should be seeing the options first, s5, s5, s7, s5. So do you need to really do this calculation, guys? Okay, तो एक बार ऑप्शंस के तरफ एक बार ध्यान दीजिए. अगर ऑप्शंस में ऐसा कंडीशन नहीं है कि आपको कैलकुलेट करना पड़े तो अननेसेसरी डोंट वेस्ट द टाइम. ठीक है, so always when you are reading the question, just give a small glimpse on what you can say options also. That helps you in many of the times to save what you can say time. Wherever question requires the time, there you spend it. That's a smart way of doing the things. Okay. Identify incorrect statement. You see incorrect statement, correct statement, it includes many concepts. Try to cover what you can say almost good content from the chapter. Sodium dissolved in liquid ammonia, bronze colored and diamagnetic. We know alkali metals, any of the alkali metals, whenever they are kept what you can say in ammonia, you very well know that it will ionize to give what you can say electron. This will be having what you can say solvated cations. This will be solvated what you can say electrons. Whatever this x and y, you can write this x plus y, whatever the condition. This is actually a blue colored solution. We know it's paramagnetic because of unpaired electron. So therefore this condition, dilute solution of sodium dissolved in liquid ammonia, bronze colored, is an incorrect statement. White metal is an alloy of lithium and lead. Lithium and lead, this is given in what you can say first 1A group, what you can say uses, under uses of alkali metals. This statement is actually correct statement. Okay. Lithium cannot react with ethine. Lithium is not that metallic enough to displace what you can say hydrogen. So therefore what you see, lithium cannot displace ethine, that is, but sodium can. You know sodium whenever it reacts with ethine, due to the acidic nature, it has what you can say Na2 formation and it liberates H2. But lithium doesn't have such tendency because it has less reactivity, its reactivity is less, therefore what happens, lithium cannot react with ethine. That's also a correct statement. Pure NaCl is deliquescent. Deliquescent is a tendency when a solid gets converted into liquid by hygroscopic what you can say phenomena. So we can say hygroscopic solid on absorbing moisture converts into liquid. Pure NaCl is not deliquescent, remember. It has an impurity which plays a vital role for what you can say its hygroscopic nature, but this is incorrect. So therefore A and what you can say D are incorrect. He is asking incorrect statement, therefore we'll go by D, isn't it guys? So इधर ध्यान रखना है इनऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री में NCERT के बियॉन्ड जाना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि he may ask you only from NCERT. Now this type of white metal, you study so many chemical reactions unnecessarily in inorganic chemistry. If you don't remember white metal, then it becomes a problem. Let me also tell you, white metal, if you browse what you can say in Google, you will get what you can say something like antimony, all other present, but not lithium and lead, they have not mentioned. So don't go by that. Sometimes, most of the time it is right, but every time whatever you browse need not be right. So in textbook NCERT it is given lithium and lead are the components in the case of white metal. Just to stick on to the NCERT when it comes to what you can say inorganic chemistry. Don't go beyond that one. It's a right time. In fact guys, you have very little time left out. Whatever you have underlined earlier, all important points, inorganic chemistry, it's the right time to just go through several times in this week, so that you keep in mind, just use up till the exam. Beyond that you need not have to remember. So it is somewhat memory based, so you should study accordingly. So this type of things we cannot say excuse I don't know about it. You have to know whichever is given in NCERT. This is also what you can say, it's like more memory based. You have hydrated what you can say salts. In second group, different hydrated salts have different water crystallization, and in the case of what you can say barium, this is barium chloride, what you can say has 2H2, and nitrate is it is not having any water of crystallization. So this type of things, as I was telling you, you should also get prepared for this. Tomorrow you should not complain he has given more memory based questions. He has all rights because he always asks you to only go through NCERT. If you see a lot of reference books and dump yourself unnecessary things, especially in organic chemistry, you are in trouble. Don't do that. Especially you have some short time left out now, just go through the inorganic chemistry. Organic and physical, even little bit you have studied more or applied logic, it helps you to solve the questions in logical form. It's still not a problem. So keep that in mind. In the case of dichromate ion, what is dichromate? Cr2O7 minus 2. In D block elements you have potassium dichromate, where they have given structural form of what you can say chromate and dichromate. Dichromate has a structure in which it has what you can say sigma and pi bonds with oxygen. It has what you can say condition like this. Here this is let me write this as Cr. This is having oxygen like this. Each unit is a tetrahedral unit. If you just see, this is a tetrahedral unit and this is tetrahedral unit joined by what you can say this is oxygen. Obviously a single bond will be larger in length than the double bond. If not remembering exactly, if you just remember this is what you can say x angstroms, this is y angstroms. In this case you can obviously understand x angstroms is more than y angstroms. Okay, sometimes you have to remember, sometimes you did not. It is around 170, this is around what you can say lesser than that. So it has 6 shorter what you can say and 2 longer bonds. Which are the shorter bonds? 3 double bonds here, 3 double bonds here. They are shorter because double bond is shorter than single bond. So therefore first statement is what you can say correct statement. Bond length of chromium bridge oxygen is longer than terminal. Yes, this is a single bond, so obviously this is larger than what you can say this. So second statement is also correct statement. Bond angle in CrO-Cr is 180. Now even if you say that you don't remember the value, in fact it is around 126, so this is 126 degrees. This is what you can say bond angle here, but sir I don't remember. But still if you don't remember, definitely it is not like this, isn't it? It is not in this format. This is not 180, at least that part you can remember, so definitely it is a wrong statement. So when it is wrong you can pick at what you can say this is a wrong statement. 2 tetrahedral units CrO3 linked with this oxygen tetrahedrally. So fourth statement is right. Since he is asking incorrect, so third one. And so purely in inorganic chemistry, whatever questions so far we have seen, they are purely textbook based and still it can be a tricky question. So please go through, still you have time, 1 week time. It is handy still because inorganic chemistry last moment preparation will be helpful, there is no problem. Not in organic chemistry and physical, mind you. Among the following correct basic strength, एक याद रखना है, basic strength कभी भी metallic character पे depend होगा. Metallic character depends upon atomic size. Larger the atomic size, greater will be metallic. Lithium to what you can say cesium. Cesium has a large size, so most metallic. If it is more metallic, then its hydroxide and oxide will be more basic in nature. In this case also it is definitely tricky question. In this case you have to remember what you can say this is lanthanum. Then what you can say, you have lanthanides starting, and you know lanthanides, whenever they start showing decrease in size. Lanthanum, you have cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, promethium, like that. If you go, you will get finally what you can say lutetium. This is what you can say cerium, isn't it? Yes. I still advise you to have to remember, because you have gadolinium has exceptional configuration, so you have to remember this. Cerium to lutetium size is decreasing. So he has compared with lanthanum. Of course, this is not an F block element, but there is a comparison. So which has a large size? Lanthanum has a large size. From lanthanum to cerium, you are saying this is what you can say, there is decrease in size. So therefore, lanthanum hydroxide will be more basic because it is having large size. Remember guys, metallic character will be directly proportional to atomic size. It's directly proportional to basic nature of oxide and hydroxide. Basic nature of oxide and hydroxide. So atom का size अगर large होगा तो उसका basic nature ज़्यादा होगा. Basic nature of oxide and hydroxides will be high. So in that context, lithium hydroxide will be what you can say large in size. Then what you can say, it is cerium. So it is cerium. Then it is what you can say lutetium. This is cerium hydroxide. And finally, what is given? Lutetium hydroxide. इसमें ज़्यादा कुछ गुंजाइश नहीं है. You have to remember the sizes. Remember one size question, what you can say, A plus B minus, that is atomic size, ionic size. This is based on what you can say, F block elements you can understand, D block elements you can understand, because this transition discussed in D blocks also. Okay, so inorganic chemistry also has a vital role, 33%, so please don't neglect that. What you can say, definitely say that organic and physicals, many of you are very strong, but inorganic, don't neglect it. Large number of oxidation states seen in actinoids than what you can say lanthanoids. What could be the reason? You just see, this is atom, first orbit, second orbit, you have 2 subshells, third orbit, 3 subshells, fourth orbit, 4 subshells, fifth orbit, 5 subshells. Okay, I am not drawing exactly, but I am just telling you what happens. He is talking about the condition where you talk about 5f and what you can say 4d. You just see 4f orbitals are more diffuse than 5f. 4f is here, 5f is here. 5f will be obviously more diffuse than 4f because it is under less control of the nucleus, because its distance is more, 5f distance, so it is less control of the nucleus, it is more diffused when compared to what you can say 4f. 4f will be still what you can see in control of the nucleus, it's better than 5f, otherwise both are diffused. So first statement, 4f orbitals are more diffuse than 5f, is a wrong statement. Okay, next, lesser energy difference between 5f and 6d than 4f and 5d. 4f and 5d, what you can say, the discussion is somewhere here. Then you have what you can say in this case 5f and what you can say 6d. In the case of what you can say 5f and 6d, you talk about what you can say 6d, the energy difference becomes very less. So energy difference is less, there is more number of electrons will start getting involved. So therefore whenever more electrons involved, actinoids will have what you can say more tendency to show higher oxidation state. They can show up till +7, but you don't have lanthanoids showing up till +7. So therefore what you will see that in the case of actinoids, the energy difference what you can say between 5f and 6d is less than 4f and 5d because they are more close to the nucleus, therefore it is a correct statement. Since he is asking what you can say main reason due to the oxidation state, this ends the discussion here. Remaining we need not have to concentrate. Properties of the transitional elements. Remember, inorganic chemistry, coordination compounds, every time compulsory questions will come. So we have ensured in grand test coordination chemistry is thoroughly what you can say covered to you, so that you can concentrate on such areas where it is having more importance in this grand test. So do write all the grand tests, don't miss any grand test, because some of the questions we have planned it properly based on the number of questions asked on particular chapters in earlier papers. So keep that in mind guys. Color of the ion, we have been learning color is always due to unpaired electrons. Unpaired electrons are always responsible for colored property. So therefore color of what you can say ions, unpaired what you can say electrons. That is you have what you can say this one. Unpaired, you also have paramagnetic nature also, unpaired electrons. Let us check it out, no problem. Variable oxidation state. Variable oxidation state is energy difference what you can say less. This is the condition. Formation of what you can say alloys. For alloys what you can say, this is B crystals, so therefore third one has to be only one, that is what you can say B. Second one has to be what you can say E. Let us see any combination where 2E and 3B. 2E and 3B, there is only one, guys. 2E and 3B, there is only one. So therefore we need not have to what you can say worry much. So sometimes we need not remember what you can say. Paramagnetism also unpaired electrons, so it can be a slight tussle between them. But second and what you can say, second and third will give you the answer. It has to be 2E and 3B, so therefore it is. So color of the ions, it is also due to DD transition, yes. So therefore I also said that whenever you write a small what you can say, you have rough work provided. So therefore you better write it and you can save time. Crystal field splitting energy more than the pairing energy. The correct electronic configuration for a D4 system. When crystal field splitting energy is more, there are two conditions which we are learning. One is greater what you can say splitting. You can have what you can say condition like this. This is given like this. And another is splitting is less. When splitting is less, what you'll see here, this is what you can say pattern like this. He is asking what you can say crystal field splitting energy more than the pairing energy. So if the splitting energy is more, it will not try to what you can say reach the above level easily, therefore it gets paired up easily because pairing energy is less. And he is asking about D4 system. D4 system what happens then? एक इलेक्ट्रॉन इधर डाल दिए, सेकेंड वन ये थर्ड वन. अब फोर्थ इलेक्ट्रॉन जो है इधर नहीं जाएगा. क्या रीजन है इसमें? बिकॉज क्रिस्टल फील्ड स्प्लिटिंग एनर्जी ज्यादा है. सो ज्यादा रहने से इट विल ट्राई टू व्हाट यू कैन अकोमोडेट इलेक्ट्रॉन्स इन द लोअर लेवल. यहाँ पे पेयरिंग हो जाएगा आपको. सो देयरफॉर D4 system will have T2G got filled with 4 electrons. Consequently, fifth electron, sixth electron अगर वो D5, D6 होता तो बाद में electron इधर जाएगा because it is completely filled. There is no other option now. It has to what you can say go. When it is a weak field system, of course our question what you can say deals here and the first one is the answer. When it is a weak field system, crystal field splitting energy अगर pairing energy ज़्यादा है, pairing energy ज़्यादा है मतलब वो difficulty है उसमें pairing करने में. क्रिस्टल स्प्लिटिंग एनर्जी कम है. सो D4 सिस्टम कैसा होगा? यहाँ पे 3 होने के बाद यहाँ पे है इलेक्ट्रॉन इधर जाएगा. ठीक है, तो कैसे अपने को एनालाइज करना है कि डायग्राम देख लो, इसमें कुछ मगअप करने नहीं है. अगर क्रिस्टल फील्ड ज्यादा है तो इधर ही पेयरिंग हो जाएगा, अदर इधर कम है सो विल ट्राई टू एक्सप्लोर व्हाट यू कैन से हायर एनर्जी देन कम बैक अगेन. ठीक है, सो एवरीथिंग इज बेस्ड ऑन द कॉन्सेप्ट. ऑफ कोर्स फ्यू आर मेमोरी इन व्हाट यू कैन से वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड. The correct order of increasing field strength in spectrochemical series. See, the number of questions from coordination compounds D block, F block have been covered because you have compulsory questions in the case of D block, F block and coordination compounds. But in other cases we cannot say S block elements which question will come, P block elements which question come, we cannot certainly say. But in this area it is somewhat what you can say contained one when compared to those 15, 16, 17, 18th groups. It's relatively what you can say logic based. So covering all the questions here will ensure at least you go through in the last moments thoroughly these chapters. Okay, do not miss D, F coordination compounds under any circumstances. It doesn't mean that you have to miss other. Of course you will understand that. Spectrochemical series. Spectrochemical series you always see that carbon donors are strong donors. You have to remember. And halide donors are weak donors. Halide donors are weak donors. In general spectrum you can understand. Carbon donors are strong donors. You can have the next what you can say nitrogen donors, you can have oxygen donors and then halide donors. This is a general what you can say condition. It may not exactly stick what you can say in the same way, but this is a generalization. So therefore this is coming what you can say in the weak area, but this will not help you in this particular question. The reason is he has meticulously asked what is the spectrochemical series exact stretch. So you have to remember in this case the weakest among this one is iodine minus, because we have what you can say the condition here I minus is what you can say weak. Then you have what you can say here, sorry I took other button. So in the case of what you can say this, yeah that's right, that's the correct way I have written. Now within the halides, first let me tell you, within the halides the order is like this. In general they are weak, this is one trend. So here even if you go by this concept you can rule out what you can say fourth one. You can rule out what you can say the second one, you can rule out first one. You see how useful it is. Suppose you may say that you don't remember what you can say Cn minus, but even then you know this is the order in spectrochemical series, that still helps you what you can say to solve this. But I am just telling you this is another way. This is I minus, Br minus, you have SCN minus, you have what you can say Cl minus, you have what you can say F minus. In this particular case we also have sulfide here of course, but in this particular case even if you remember halides thoroughly you have still answered the question. So that is a smart move. So that's why don't panic guys, you have done an excellent job. You have been what you can say studying from last 2 years. Say to yourself that you are doing excellent job and definitely stick to the somewhat basics. If you don't see if you see a question, easy question, don't be overbeing, and if you see a slightly tougher question, don't get scared. Just be calm and apply the concept. In this case we have done it. You have written what you can say halides, that's fine. Following statements, the true what you can say regarding the green chemistry. Here this green chemistry, environmental chemistry also you cannot neglect, and all this inorganic chemistry especially in this paper have been very specifically based on what you can say textbook. It tells you the importance that whenever the questions are given from the textbook you cannot say any excuses, so you have to go through every line thoroughly. Important what you can say points you just underline, only focus on that areas. In the case of green chemistry in the laundry usage you have what you can say tetrachloro what you can say ethylene was used, one of these agents. Next we have liquid CO2, and now it is better to use what you can say H2O2 based on their toxicity levels. H2O2 is more better, so therefore usage of H2O2 for the purpose of bleaching of the cloths in the laundry is what you can say is more advanced now with less what you can say problems. Therefore in this case it is here, but this question is not easy according to me unless you definitely remember. So you write this point, only keep few points with you. Don't, you know, environmental chemistry you go through what you can say textbook thoroughly, but write only these points. Based on the difficulty levels, based on what you can say the pollution levels, slowly one has to be what you can say removed. Now H2O2 is found to be more handy. Classical smog, अभी दो ही smog है हमेशा, photochemical smog, oxidizing smog. इधर क्या है, oxides of what you can say nitrogen, oxides of nitrogen. You have what you can say, this is oxides of nitrogen, you have what you can say PAN, you have acrolein. Okay, ये समर में होगा तो इसे समर स्मॉग कहते हैं, टेम्परेचर हाई चाहिए. This is what you can say winter smog, this is classical smog, टेम्परेचर लो चाहिए, इधर ह्यूमिड कंडीशन चाहिए. ठीक है, then this is the reducing smog. किस लिए reducing smog है? इसमें you have what you can say smoke, fog, you have sulfur dioxide in this. So therefore this you have to remember guys, which is winter smog, which is summer smog. Smog is a very important what you can say pollutant. Face centered cubic what you can say atoms A are present and B are present what you can say this is in a face centered cubic lattice, atoms A occupy corners, A is what you can say at corners and B are what you can say at face positions. Let us write A then, just what you can say for reference. Definitely this is all good area, like you need not have to mug up anything, you can still apply the concept and do it. That's what the beauty about physical chemistry. 8 atoms are there, 8 into what you can say 1 by 8. This is each what you can say atom position is 1 by 8 position. B atoms, they are present at the face centers. Okay guys, so they are at the face centers. So this is the face center. अब ऊपर का फेस में है, ये जो है नीचे का, यहाँ पे लेफ्ट में है, यहाँ पे राइट पे है, ये पीछे वाला है और सामने वाला बड़ी मुश्किल से बताना पड़ता है इधर. ठीक है, नाउ ही इज सेइंग दैट वन ऑफ द फेस हैज बीन रिमूव्ड. सो हम क्या करते हैं, वन ऑफ द फेस को रिमूव कर देते हैं. ठीक है, नाउ देयर आर ओनली 5 हियर. सो देखो 5 है यहाँ पे. सो ईच फेस हैज अ कंट्रीब्यूशन between 2 cells it will be shared, so it is 5 into 1 by 2. Because he is saying B is missing in one of the face centers, so 5 hai. So it is A by B, so it is 8 into 1 by 8 and this is 5 into 1 by 2. So this gets cancelled, so it becomes what, 2 by 5. So A by B is in the ratio of 2 by 5, then it is what you can say, it will be A2 and B5. ठीक है, one of the simple questions according to the standards of solid state. Definitely you have to do it, there should not be any excuse. N type, we know that carbon is carbon, silicon. We can talk about what you can say semiconductor nature. Let us take silicon. Silicon here, it's a 4th group member, silicon. It always has 4 electrons sharing. Now you do what you can say doping with 5th group elements. Fifth year group elements, you have phosphorus which is having 5 electrons. 5 electrons. A phosphorus comes with 5 electrons. But silicon has what you can say 4 electrons only. Here you see 1, 2, 3, 4. So if phosphorus occupies the position of silicon, then how does it look like? So phosphorus here with the 4 electrons bonded to 4 what you can say atoms, but still 1 electron is extra. So it is 1 electron extra on every phosphorus. So it is negative type, therefore it is called as N type. So N type of semiconductor can be obtained by doping with 5th group element, and once it is doped with 3rd group element, you will have 1 electron deficit, so it is positive, so it is P type. So here it should be doped with 5th one. Okay, here you will come across this one in chemistry as well as in physics. Okay, this question, it appears very scary. You perhaps may read 2 or 3 times, but actually you should first understand what is the logic is asking. So be cool guys, just cool. Okay, when x3 y2 I factor 5 and I factor in this case a2 b3 I factor 5, it gives what you can say brown color. x3 y2 and a2 b3 are separated by semi-permeable membrane due to osmosis. There is actually, whenever these two solutions get mixed up, he says there is a brown color formation. Now the coloration is mainly due to, since it is an aqueous solution, H2O does not have color, and which will perhaps have color either what you can say combination of A2 B3. If they combine, then they give color. When do they combine? When either of them perhaps go from here to here. But remember, these two are both solutes. This is solute, this is solute. First fundamental feature in semi-permeable membrane, solute will not move. That is a fundamental thing in the case of osmosis. So therefore there is no question of any brown color formation. He has discussed that they combine to give brown color. That's fine, that's good, but passing through the semi-permeable membrane is not possible. You take 2 solutions, one solution you pour into another, perhaps we may get a brown solution, but don't expect that it pass through semi-permeable membrane because solutes are not allowed. So therefore no brown coloration. Interstitial compounds. Interstitial compounds are having high melting point. Yes, they are having high melting point. These are all features or characters of interstitial compounds. They are very rigid and they have very high melting points. They are very hard, what you can say, yes. You take what you can say, in the case of diamond, they have given what you can say, they approach what you can say diamond, that's what they said, borides, some of the carbides, they approach what you can say diamond in their hardness, he is saying, that's also right. They retain metallic conductivity, yes. Interstitial hydrides are also having what you can say conductivity because still metal is present in that. Non-metal may be present in the gaps, but that doesn't stop the conductivity, isn't it guys? Their chemical reactivity is very high. Either locha hai isme. Chemical reactivity is not expected with these interstitial compounds. They have very low chemical reactivity. Okay, as such interstitial compounds are formed by what? D block elements. Again it has impurity, so its reactivity will be less, so therefore this is incorrect. So therefore, which is not the property, this is not the property, so the answer is the 4th one. N2O5 decomposition to 4NO2 O2, rate and rate constant values are given, respectively the concentration of N2O5 at that time will be. सबको ये याद है R is equal to K into concentration to the power N order of the reaction. पर यहाँ पे क्या दिया हुआ है? सेकेंड इनवर्स. रेट से तो कुछ मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा, रेट हर ऑर्डर के लिए सेम यूनिट्स रहेगा, बट रेट कांस्टेंट इज सेकेंड इनवर्स फॉर व्हाट? टाइम इनवर्स for first order. So the key issue in this case is identifying that this reaction is a first order reaction. So once it is a first order reaction, it is needless to say you can write the rate value which is given, that is 1.02 into 10 power of minus 4. ठीक है, इसमें k value कितना आएगा? 3.4 into 10 power of minus 5. Then this is what you can say first order. So therefore he is asking the concentration. You can solve this. I believe what you can say this calculations. This let us see in this case, since the key is 1.02 into 10 power of minus 4 by 3.4 into 10 power of minus 5. So this completely gets cancelled, is minus 1. So it is 10.2 by 3.4. 3 3s are 9, 3.4 will be around 3, yeah, it's given around 3. So it has to be 3 molar. There is no power left out then. The answer has to be either 1 or 2. It's 2 is what you can say close to 3. Incorrect statement among the following. See, many questions correct, incorrect like that, because it can cover what you can say many concepts, different conditions they can give you as a statement. A catalyst does not initiate or stop a reaction, so therefore it is right. Catalyst, action of catalyst in many instances is selective. Yes, catalyst, because as the catalyst changes, though the reactant may be same, the product will be differing. You know the oxidation of methane with copper, with molybdenum. So different what you can say conditions, different products. Catalyst may lose its activity, catalytic activity at high temperature. Yes, enzymatic catalyst especially can have that behavior more precisely. They can lose at high temperature. The chemical composition of catalyst changes at the end of the reaction. This is what you can say ridiculous. Chemical composition of catalyst should not change at the end of reaction. If suppose the same point is given during the reaction, can change during the reaction, that is still right. You know, in the case of what you can say vanadium pentoxide oxidation, in sulfur dioxide what you can say oxidation, it converts into vanadium tetroxide, again converts back to vanadium pentoxide. So during the course of reaction, catalyst can change oxidation state. Yes, that is during the reaction. That's the reason transitional metals which have variable oxidation state are best catalysts, because they have flexibility of changing their oxidation state. Catalysts perhaps can change the oxidation state, which D block elements have. That's the reason they are used what you can say as catalyst. But at the end of the reaction, there can be only a physical change possible. Like you take a solid, it may convert into liquid, that's fine. But chemical change, not acceptable. So therefore it is incorrect. So therefore our answer is fourth one. Extraction in electroplating process also you learn some of the typical metals like gold and silver, they are used for what you can say coating. So this type of extraction can give what you can say exclusive what you can say metallic coating. You have MacArthur Forest process in which gold and what you can say silver are first what you can say extracted in the form of what you can say complex. In the complex what happens is you take what you can say less electropositive metal, like you take what you can say CN or what you can say Ag also will do in this case. This is having replaced by zinc. Zinc has better complexation when compared to what you can say Au here, obviously because it is +2 and this is +1. More charge always favors what you can say complexation. So it replaces what you can say gold from the what you can say reaction, and it results in the formation of gold. This helps in uniform plating also. A uniformity in plating will give you gold what you can say finishing. So this you have to remember in the metallurgy. Sucrose. Sucrose we have what you can say C12H22O11. Now this when subjected to hydrolysis, this results in the formation of what you can say glucose C6H12O6 and fructose C6H12O6. Okay? So this is having around what you can say 66 degrees, that is dextrorotatory. After hydrolysis, this gives what you can say glucose, it's around 52 degrees. This is around what you can say this is minus 92 degrees. So therefore what happens in this mixture, both are equimolar. This is having minus 92, this is what you can say plus 52. So which wins over this? Minus wins over this. So overall solution it is negative. Specific rotation. This is overall before the reaction it is positive. After the reaction it has become negative. Therefore it is what you can say inversion concept we say. So therefore hydrolysis of sugar is called inversion of cane sugar, that's right. Sucrose is dextrorotatory, whereas invert sugar formed due to hydrolysis of sucrose is levorotatory. Okay, invert sugar perhaps it is also called for the solution. Okay, so in that context you have to see that this is nothing but levorotatory. This solution what you can say is levorotatory. Therefore this statement is also correct. So therefore both the statements are correct, isn't it? Next. Glucagon hormone tends to increase glucose level in the blood. Those who are diabetic patients, they know this answer more better. Is it clear? But now you have to treat the diabetic patients, so you have to also know this answer. Okay. So point here is glucagon, sugar, those people who are diabetic, they suffer with two cases. One is excess sugar in their blood or sometimes sudden shortfall because they don't take the food on time, glucose level suddenly drops. Then what happens is, of course, the food remedies are there, but for those who have extreme drop what you can say in the glucose level, glucagon hormone is given to raise the sugar level in the blood. Insulin, those which suffer with excess of what you can say sugar in the blood. Insulin injection is given which lowers what you can say sugar level in the blood. These two hormones, so both are hormones but their function is slightly different, okay, and both are useful for diabetic patients. We have different type of diabetic patients. So remember this concept that glucagon hormone tends to increase the glucose level in the blood, insulin release in response to what you can say rapid rise in the glucose level. Both are the correct statements. Some statements about the condensation polymers. Let us see that. Condensation polymers are the molecules contain same number of atoms and same number of atoms present in all molecules. Okay, same number of atoms present in all monomers. It's not correct because in condensation there is a loss of what you can say molecules. Majority of the cases there is a loss of H2O. Okay, so therefore whenever there is a loss of what you can say H2O, you cannot expect same number of what you can say atoms present. So therefore it is what you can say incorrect. Okay, monomers or condensation polymers have polyfunctional groups. Yes, you take ethylene glycol, it has 2 OH groups. You take terephthalic acid, 2 COH groups. In the case of what you can say polyesters, majority of condensation polymers are copolymers. Yes, majority are there. What you can see, you have nylon, what you can say 6 where there is undergoing what you can say condensation. You have Dacron, they are all having copolymers. That's right. Molecular weight of condensation polymers, molecule is an integral multiple of molecular weight of monomers. It cannot be an integral multiple because there is a loss in what you can say H2O. Every 2 molecules lose what you can say 18. If you take mole wise 18 grams, then a series of what you can say linkages can start losing 180 grams, 1800 grams, 18,000 grams because of based on the length of the polymers. So therefore this cannot be right. So in the case of this one, B and C are what you can say correct. This can be seen now, they are not asking you any specific example, they ask you on the mode of what you can say polymerization. What is the addition polymerization features, what is condensation polymer features, you have to also remember. Every time it's not examples. pKa is a measure for what you can say acidic strength. pKa is inversely related to what you can say Ka. The Ka value is less, pKa value will be more. Ka will be a direct consequence to understand acidic strength in an easier way. So does what you can say pKa. Okay, pKa value is less, then the acidic strength will be more. So in this case you can easily make out that these are what you can say acetic acid, what you can say substituted with minus I effect groups. Fluorine has more stronger minus I effect than what you can say chlorine. So CF3 COOH will have more acidic strength because what happens is this fluorine what you can say withdraws electrons through the sigma bond. You see this is minus I effect here like this. So therefore consequently the H plus loss will be more stabilized. This negative ion of resonance hybrid will be strongly what you can say stabilized by this. Next what you can say it will be CCl3 COOH. Next presence of 2 minus I effect groups CCl2 COOH. When compared to acetic acid which in fact has a methyl group which will be plus I effect, it will be destabilizing. When compared to these, this having plus I, these are all having minus I. So greater the number of minus I groups, greater the strength of minus I group, closer the minus I group, it will all what you can say enhance the acidic strength. So Ka value will be higher for which case? This one. If Ka is highest, pKa will be least. So that is the condition. Don't rush for an answer, sometimes spends couple of seconds. Don't in a hurry what you can say confuse with Ka and pKa. Okay guys, you can certainly answer that. Which will not cause any atmospheric pollution? Hydrogen, sulfur dioxide, NO2 and CO2. You know sulfur dioxide, it can be a component in acid rain. It causes what you can say respiratory disorders. You know what you can say the component what you can say in acid rain, it gets oxidized further to what you can say form sulfuric acid. Consequently this can also cause a respiratory tract what you can say diseases. NO2, nitrogen dioxide what you can say is also component of acid rain. Once it converts into nitrate, once it oxidizes to nitrate, it also damages what you can say leaves and retard what you can say photosynthesis. Minimum conditions remember, पूरा chapter क्या माथे पे रखना है. NO2 क्या काम करेगा, किधर है उसका what you can say difficulties है. You list out, you shortlist always. Inorganic chemistry, that's the way you should do. Carbon dioxide, the major component of greenhouse effect. But you didn't learn anything about hydrogen. Hydrogen is present in sun atmosphere, it burns and gives light, that's very good job. You have not learnt as what you can see any atmospheric pollution. So hydrogen it is. पूरा chapter dump करना नहीं है, important concepts you have to remember now at this moment. Nucleophilicity is a tendency of a component to attack what you can say carbon, especially what you can say in the SN2 reactions you will come across any what you can say leaving groups is there, you have what you can say leaving group. Nucleophilicity is I minus. I minus has a large size. It can have what you can say distortion, polarization. Then what happens, it can show protrusion easily. It can have an attack what you can say from the rear side. F minus is very rigid. It is having control on the nucleus. It does not get polarized easily as I minus. I minus can polarize what you can say and start protruding towards this and tend to what you can say make this leaving group go. F minus, since it does not have polarization, so polarization or polarizability if you take is directly proportional to charge on the anion. As charge on the anion increases, size of the anion also what you can say increases. So polarizability plays a very vital role in deciding the nucleophilicity. I minus is more polarizing than obviously Br minus, Cl minus and F minus. कितने सारे बेसिक्स पे, जनरली बेसिक्स, तो पैनिक तो होना ही नहीं है अपने को. नेक्स्ट, formation of A and B. Now this you have to what you can say know what is the behavior of each of the conditions, then you can answer this. You see here this is HBr. HBr क्या है यहाँ पे, H plus and Br minus. It's an electrophilic addition. Next you have is NBS, N-bromo-succinamide. In the case of what you can say succinamide, you can just take what you can say this is succinic acid. If you write what you can say OH groups, if it reacts with ammonia it becomes succinamide. Instead of hydrogen if you have bromine here it becomes N-bromo-succinamide. This is used for what you can say allylic substitution. Should remember this is used for allylic substitution and benzylic substitution. So it is nothing but a free radical what you can say free radical substitution. This is the double bond, so this position and this position I can categorize as allylic positions. Whereas this is electrophilic addition. Once the H plus what you can say this donates electrons to this, cation will be more possible at this position because it is tertiary. Once you get the cation at this position, you see hydrogen is added here. Of course I am not writing because in line structures we don't write hydrogen. So once a H plus is added to this, it renders the positive charge at this position. Consequently Br minus attaches to that position. Second step, this is Br. So it is perfectly an example of electrophilic addition. So in electrophilic addition, which are added, electrophile or nucleophile, means both are added, but first electrophile then nucleophile. Nucleophilic addition, first nucleophile then electrophile. But this is a free radical process, either the substitution occurs here or here. So you can what you can say write anyway. So therefore in this case what he is saying, formation of A is a free radical substitution and next one is electrophilic addition, that's right. A balloon filled with N2O is pricked with what you can say sharp point and plunged into the tank of CO2 under same pressure and temperature. Same temperature pressure is talking about what you can say two gases. Same temperature and pressure, किस law का we have to use, that is Graham's law. Graham's law क्या बताता है अपने को? Rate of diffusion is inversely proportional to what you can say its molecular weight. और ज़्यादा मोटा हो गैस तो ज़्यादा फास्ट नहीं जाएगा, सिंपल लॉजिक. गैस अगर छोटा है तो इजी व्हाट यू कैन से डिफ्यूजन होगा. तो इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल लॉजिक. It's based on molecular weights, so it's better to write molecular weights. N2O, what is the weight? This is what you can say 14 plus 16. If you do the summation, how much it comes? 28 plus 16, this becomes 44. Carbon dioxide, this is 12 plus 16. Okay, most of you remember, that's well and good. Don't know, I'm just telling you. If the gas has same molecular weight, if you what you can say pierce into one of the balloons having any one of this and put it into another tank, there won't be any change because there won't be any diffusion because both have what you can say equal tendency to diffuse. So none of them will diffuse into another. For an ideal gas, number of moles per liter in terms of its pressure, temperature, gas constant. अब इससे easy सवाल तो हो ही नहीं सकता. PV is equal to nRT. This is an ideal gas equation, isn't it? He is saying number of moles per liter. Moles per liter क्या होगा भाई? N by V, ठीक है? N by V. So therefore you write N by V here, this is RT, this is P. So number of moles per liter. तो इधर क्या होगा, N by V is equal to, this is nothing but what you can say, P by RT. So he is just asking you what is a presentation. Sometimes what happens is we panic more, we what you can say doubt ourselves more, but the paper will be easy because of your scare and your what you can say doubtful mind. If you go to the exam, even a simple paper you tend to spoil. Those students who are brilliant, we expect very good rank, but sometimes fail only because of their panic. Some students are what you can say above average, but they are cool guys, they don't get panic, whatever they know they coolly write. They sometimes surprisingly do more better. So what does all these years experience tell is, don't get panicked. You are an above average student, you are highly potential student to write the exam. Okay, don't worry, absolutely you are going to do great job. Cyanohydrin of which of the following will yield lactic acid? Cyanohydrin is nothing but nucleophilic addition. Let us check each one of them, because here we cannot do any direct representation. This is a nucleophilic addition. What does it mean? पहले nucleophile add होगा, बाद में electrophile. First CN attaches, this pi bond what you can say migrates here, it becomes HCO, you can say it is minus, yes that's right, and then what you can say it is CN, then consequently H plus gets attached here, it becomes OH. It's not optically active. We know lactic acid is optically active. This is not what you can say giving you lactic acid. Okay, some students may not remember lactic acid exact formula, but at least remember lactic acid was the first optically active component to be identified as a single chiral system. All single chiral carbon, they are absolutely optically active. More than one, we have to see the symmetry aspects. Second one is acetone. Acetone, it is symmetrical here only. Just like इधर आप इधर देख रहे हैं 2 हाइड्रोजन्स है, यहाँ पर 2 methyl है, so it will also give you 1 OH, 1 CN, but still 2 methyls are present, so this will not give you, this will not give you. Next what you can say, it's propanol. Propanol, what you can say it is, yeah, propanol can give you, but now here he is definitely expecting you to remember the lactic acid. In the case of propanol, this will be what you can say component which is obtained, but it is 2, what you can say here, this is the condition, propanol, and in the case of acetaldehyde, CH3COH HCN. So it won't be useful to guess. First it helps you what you can say to only eliminate the first two, but third and fourth both are optically active. You have to remember lactic acid is what you can say, this is the component, this is 1, 2, 3, 2-hydroxypropanenitrile. If you remember the name, it's optically active compound. Propanenitrile will be higher priority than OH. So therefore cyanide has high priority because it on hydrolysis gives more oxidized group. So this 2-hydroxypropanenitrile is lactic acid. I would have actually avoided that, but there are two components which are optically active, so you have to inevitably remember lactic acid. Okay, in polymers also you have polylactic acid. In chiral center optical activity discussion also will come across lactic acid. So remember now at least. Which of the following gives positive iodoform test? Positive iodoform test, we have the conditions that an alcohol or a halide, whatever which on oxidation or consequent reactions can give you this group CH3 C-double-bond-O group with respect to an aldehyde or a ketone. Any component which on oxidation or due to some hydrolysis reactions, if it can give this CH3 C-double-bond-O group containing aldehyde or a ketone, then they all will be entitled to do what you can say iodoform test. Why I am emphasizing aldehydes and ketones? Because even in acetic acid you have CH3 C-double-bond-O, but this won't be useful guys. Acetic acid, this will be absolutely no use. Acid, halide, amide, they won't show iodoform what you can say reactions, only aldehyde and ketone. So keep that in mind. Now what you have in the case is, this is positive iodoform test, CH3 C-double-bond-O. In the case of first one it does not have, second one it has. In this case, yes, but it does not give tolerance test because it's not a aldehyde, it's a ketone. Third one, you have acetaldehyde, CH3 C-double-bond-O H. So it has positive tolerance test which gives silver mirror because it's a free aldehyde group, and CH3 C-double-bond-O group gives iodoform. Once again remember, iodoform or haloform reactions are feasible only with aldehydes and ketones having such groups, acid halide esters having such CH3C double bond O do not give. ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है? Okay. This reaction, especially this type of questions are possible in organic chemistry, where they can blend first year organic chemistry to second year. So it's you have to remember the continuations, behavior of the reagents and everything. Alkynes, we say alkynes and alkenes are insoluble in water, but still we do hydration. Why? Because we use some acid components which will make them polarize and then undergo reaction with water. So we have ethyne. Ethyne doesn't directly react with H2O, so that's the reason what is the support? You have dilute sulfuric acid. So sulfuric acid, protonation and mercuric sulfate, what you can see influence as a catalyst. It will first undergo hydration only because of these two reagents present. Otherwise we learn in physical properties, alkenes are insoluble in water, but they undergo hydration with dilute H2SO. So suppose they say alkenes on hydrolysis gives. In physical properties we learn they are insoluble in water. How does these two match? Whenever you say alkene hydrolysis, it should come to your mind dilute hydrolysis, dilute what you can say acid H2SO4. Alkynes hydrolysis, dilute H2SO4 HgSO4. Ethers hydrolysis, dilute H2SO4. Alkyl halides hydrolysis, aqueous KOH. Alkyl halides are also insoluble in water. That's why you will get what is the Lucas test, turbidity. So if they say alkyl halides, ethylidene chloride on hydrolysis, means it should come to your mind aqueous KOH. So hydrolysis here, though it is insoluble because of this reagent, so that's the reason emphasis on reagents I am telling you. Now what happens is one of the pi bond is broken, you are getting what you can see in this case is vinyl alcohol. This is what you can say double bond COH, this is H. Due to tautomerism, what happens is the hydrogen what you can say comes here, it is 1,3 shift, this is first oxygen, second carbon, third, it's not nomenclature numbering of course, it's 1,3 what you can say shift of hydrogen, then pi bond is formed between carbon and oxygen, due to which what happens is H, here you are getting sigma bond, it becomes C double bond OH. So you are getting acetaldehyde. Acetaldehyde reacting with Grignard reagent, here again three conditions. Grignard reagent formaldehyde, hydrolysis you will get primary alcohol. Grignard reagent aldehyde other than formaldehyde you will get secondary alcohol. Grignard reagent with a ketone you will get tertiary alcohol. So this should come to your mind. So it's an aldehyde other than formaldehyde and you are taking Grignard reagent. So first it should come to your mind that you are getting what is secondary alcohol. ठीक है? अब ये मिथाइल यहाँ पे अटैच होगा और MgX यहाँ पे एक consequently OH हो जाएगा, तो इधर क्या आएगा आपको CH3, this is COH. Next you have H here, I am writing this H here, and CH3 got attached to this, you are getting 2-propanol. Next copper, इधर भी 3 reactions हैं आपको. Primary alcohol अगर आप देखे हैं copper के साथ तो वो aldehyde बनेगा oxidation से, dehydrogenation. Secondary alcohol copper के साथ देखोगे तो वो ketone बनेगा, that is also dehydrogenation. अगर tertiary alcohol copper के साथ देखोगे, that will be a dehydration but not dehydrogenation, and there you will get alkene. And these have been very what you can say randomly you have seen in many papers. So please don't miss grand tests, they have all planned it very properly. A strong team what you can say in the Sri Chaitanya, they have seen all the earlier papers and in those lines these papers have been prepared. So guys, don't miss the grand test, there will be very good idea about how to solve the questions. Okay, perhaps some of them will, what you can say, many of them will come directly also. So now in this case it is an oxidation, this is hydrogen lost, so you will get what you can say acetone here, CH3 C double bond O CH3. So therefore acetone is obtained as a final step. Okay, that's fine. Let us move to the next one. Appropriate reagent for the transformation. Here if you understand, C double bond O is lost and you got CH2. This job can be done with Clemmensen reduction, Wolff-Kishner reduction, HA-red phosphorus. Okay, in advanced level we take other reagents also. But Clemmensen reduction, Wolff-Kishner reduction, OH group, what you can say discussion will not come. Many of the oxidizing groups, here if you just see alcohols, ethers, aldehydes, ketones, you see C double bond OR, acids, To this extent, we don't have usually a common reagent except HA red phosphorus. HA red phosphorus, these two are functional isomers. Remember, these two are functional isomers. They take what you can say 2 hydrogens only with HA red phosphorus. They grab this oxygen. Hello. Once they grab this oxygen, 2 types of alkanes they can form. RH is an alkane hai or RR bhi alkane hai. So oxygen is grabbed by what you can say. Same what you can say, HA red phosphorus can give 4 hydrogens here. किस लिए ज़्यादा भाई? 2 हाइड्रोजन ये ऑक्सीजन निकालने के काम आएंगे और 2 हाइड्रोजन यहाँ पे 2 हाइड्रोजन इस कार्बन पे ऐड करने के लिए. तो यह क्या होगा, ऑक्सीजन पहले चला जाएगा और 2 हाइड्रोजन इधर ऐड होने से ये RCH3 बनेगा. ठीक है. सो ज़्यादा हाइड्रोजन चाहिए. जैसे अल्डिहाइड को चाहिए वैसे कीटोन को चाहिए 4 हाइड्रोजन. दोज टू आर फंक्शनल आइसोमर्स, देयर बिहेवियर इज सेम एंड यू आर गेटिंग एन अल्केन. हियर आल्सो इट इज RCH3. अब यहाँ पे आएंगे एसिड के पास ऑक्सीजन ज्यादा है तो हाइड्रोजन अपन ने ऐड कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर. दी हैव 2 ऑक्सीजन्स, सो यू आर रिमूविंग व्हाट यू कैन से मोर ऑक्सीजन्स. इधर 4 हाइड्रोजन 2 ऑक्सीजन्स रिमूव करने के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे और 2 हाइड्रोजन्स यहाँ पे ऐड करने के लिए. सो इट बिकम्स अगेन सेम टाइप. So one of the reagent which can reduce any oxy compounds finally into alkane, it has to be HA red phosphorus. There is no match for that in general. List 1, list 2. कभी कभी लिस्ट में क्या होता है, आप once you correlate you just immediately see with respect to the option. Sometimes it will be helpful. For instance, what you can say in the case of first one, potassium ferrocyanide. Iron 6 cyanides are 6 donor groups. ठीक है. CN, this is 6 CN groups. This is 6 CN groups. CN groups. This is 6 CN. 6 CN groups are donating electrons, 6 dative bonds to what you can say iron. So it is having, each CN is having what you can say covalent bonding in it, and this entire unit is behaving, this entire octahedral form is behaving something like what you can say -4 unit around which K plus ions are wandering. So therefore there is an ionic linkage between that. So therefore it has ionic bond, covalent bond and dative bond. Most of you know this, but still I'm just explaining so that it becomes easy. So he has given what you can say A3. अरे भाई A3 एक ही में है ऑप्शन, फोर्थ में. क्या आपको पूरा सॉल्व करना है? नहीं, फिर भी एक बार देख लेते हैं. Now let us check this one then. Coming to the option B2, solid CO2. Solid CO2 कहाँ पे दिया हुआ है? इसमें 2 दिया हुआ है. कोवेलेंट बॉन्ड्स है या van der Waals forces? Yes, it's a molecular crystal, so it has van der Waals forces. C, HF vapor क्या दिया हुआ है? फोर्थ में हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग एंड कोवेलेंट बॉन्डिंग. HF में हाइड्रोजन बॉन्डिंग है, कोवेलेंट बॉन्डिंग है, बिल्कुल सही जा रहा है. D1 benzene or D1, benzene has only covalent bonding. It's a liquid molecule, it's not a solid, so you don't talk about any van der Waals forces. देखिए एक बार ऑप्शन देखने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि हमेशा ऐसा होगा, पर ज़्यादातर ऐसा होगा, तो देखने में हर्ज नहीं है. So you save the time. For a fuel cell involving 2 electron transfer, cell potential is 1.25 volts. Sometimes this type of questions, instead of feeling that you don't know about it, it's better to write the data whatever is given. He has clearly emphasized there are 2 electrons transferred. ठीक है, 2 electron लिख देते. He has given you what you can say electrode potential. This is E. This is 1.25 what you can say volts. ठीक है, and they have also given what you can say exothermic, means delta H दिया हुआ है. This is 300 kilojoules, and efficiency of the fuel cells they are asking. You have to understand N9E. Where do you come across N9E, NFE? Electrochemistry पढ़ रहे हैं, electrochemistry तो उसके formulas तो याद ही आएंगे. So delta G आप लिखने से क्या होगा? -NFE. Faraday है 96,500, so इसका मतलब somewhere delta G से link है और delta H दिया हुआ है. This is 300 kilojoules. You have to remember this thermodynamic efficiency is a ratio of delta G by delta H. पहले लिखो यार, लिखने से कुछ वो भी बताया तुमको. It will guide you the path. Okay? Don't what you can say read the question 20 times. Put it on the paper. Put it on the paper. Always when you keep it on the paper, it becomes more easy sometimes. जो क्वेश्चन अब लगता था नहीं आएगा, it will come. So thermodynamic efficiency is delta G by delta H. In the case of this one, if you just see, of course efficiency is percentage. I can what you can say multiply with 100. That's not an issue. So here delta G, this is -NFE. So 2 electrons, he said minus 2 into, this is F is 96,500 into electrode potential 1.25 volts by this exothermic, so that is also minus. ये किलो जॉल्स पे है, यहाँ पे आपको जॉल्स में कन्वर्ट करना है, so 300 into 10 power of 3 और efficiency percentage पे आएगा. You do the calculation. I told you the what you can say sequence. It has to be what you can say. You check it out. Okay, as far as I remember, it should come as 80%. Just check it out. The correct order of lattice energy of the following compound is. Lattice energy किस पे depend होगा? Lattice energy depends on so many factors. Lattice energy depends upon the charge of what you can say cation. It depends upon the charge of anion. Okay, it is inversely related to what you can say cation size. It is inversely related to anion size. This is a general what you can say idea. I am not saying this is the exact one. If the cations are usually smaller in size, cations are smaller in size, lattice energy will be higher. If their charges are high, then lattice energy will be high. Here radius तो कुछ mention करा नहीं है यहाँ पे, and there is no specific sequence to be answered based on radius. Magnesium and calcium, we can say that magnesium and calcium, magnesium is smaller in size, but magnesium में यहाँ पे देखिए अगर magnesium oxide होता तो I could have said magnesium oxide has more lattice energy than calcium oxide, ठीक है, but यहाँ पे magnesium chloride दिया हुआ है. Magnesium is +2, calcium is also +2, but calcium oxygen के साथ जोड़ा हुआ है, इसका मतलब क्या charge of anion ज़्यादा है, so we can now conclude that calcium oxide will be more than magnesium oxide based on the charges. Sorry, magnesium chloride, I missed it here. This is calcium oxide will be more than magnesium chloride क्योंकि यहाँ पे oxygen -2 दिया हुआ है, Cl minus दिया हुआ है. Okay, we are not dealing with this. Oxygen -2 and Cl minus. Okay, this was the case, I have already written that, so just this part is not required. Now oxygen minus has a higher charge when compared to what you can say Cl, so therefore charge wise it is high, so in this particular case I can say calcium oxide will be more than magnesium chloride, and this will be having higher charge, +2, they are having higher charge than the sodium which is +1, so therefore the NaCl what you can say will have least lattice energy. So don't think that the ionic character is more, lattice energy is more, it's not like that. Sometimes they may go together, sometimes what you can say they differ. Okay, you have cases like what you can say potassium fluoride to what you can say potassium iodide. If you see, lattice energy is very high for potassium fluoride and also ionic character is very high for potassium fluoride, but it doesn't happen in all the cases. Okay, like you have to what you can see here, you have to use the concept like charges important, sizes are all important, but here based on anion O- 2 and Cl minus, we can say that calcium oxide wins over magnesium chloride. IPAC nomenclature of the following compound. There are polyfunctional groups, many times they have given, it's a tricky question though, but you have to stick on to the fundamentals. We have seen in the today's paper itself that acid has very high priority than what you can say aldehyde. So in that context we have to what you can say proceed in such a way that you are having amino group. यहाँ पे 4 functional group है, इसमें सबसे बड़ा importance क्या है aldehyde के लिए, the among the given. So this is the important what you can say component here, so therefore the numbering starts from here. Now numbering starts from here. If you go what you can say anti-clockwise, it will be amino third and nitro will be second, so therefore in this case here you are going clockwise, ठीक है, यहाँ पे clockwise ही बेनिफिशियरी है. सो नंबरिंग पहले हमने कर लिया एंड हाई प्रायोरिटी आल्डिहाइड के हिसाब से. अब क्या करना है, अभी जो आंसर आप कर रहे हैं उसमें अल्फाबेटिकल ऑर्डर इंपॉर्टेंट है. दिस इज अमाइनो ग्रुप, दिस इज actually should have been hydroxy, but there is CH2 here, this becomes hydroxy methyl, this is a nitro group, nitro. So alphabetical order में A पहले आएगा. अब A आने के बाद कुछ गुंजाइश नहीं है, we can make out what you can say remaining. So it should be 5th position amino, and there is only one answer here. We need not have to worry about the remaining. That's 5 amino, 4 hydroxy methyl, 2 nitro. Don't check for H and N alphabetical order. Which among the following contain acidic hydrogen? Acidic hydrogen means one which has tendency to lose H plus easily. Alkanes, paraffins hai, little reactivity, they don't have any acidic character or basic character in general. So this cannot be the answer in this case. But these members can be perhaps. लेट अस सी। ये तो पता है आपको एरोमेटिसिटी में यहाँ पे दो हाइड्रोजन्स यूजुअली अपन ड्रॉ करते हैं, यहाँ पे H प्लस अगर निकाले अपन तो व्हाट इज द कंडीशन यू विल सी इन दिस केस, इट विल बी यहाँ पे नेगेटिव चार्ज आएगा आपको. This becomes an anti-aromatic because it is having 4 electron system, all are sp2, so it is not a favorable aspect, so this will not have good acidic nature. And how about in this case, suppose you are taking, in this case you are having CH3, is suppose you ensure that you have removed one H plus from here, it is benzyl carbanion, you can say it is somewhat legitimate, no problem. Benzyl carbanion, what you can say, can have some sort of a resonance, but still this is sp3 carbon, will not have much preference. It's only because of resonance aspect you can still talk about it. Coming to the fourth one, this is cyclopentadiene. Cyclopentadiene has sp3, so basically this part is non-aromatic because you have sp3 carbon. Now it loses H plus, it becomes what you can say, now it will have the negative charge here and it becomes cyclopentadienyl anion and it's aromatic. हक्कल रूल्स के हिसाब से स्टेबिलिटी ज़्यादा होगा, इसलिए H प्लस जो देने की क्षमता है 4 में ज़्यादा है. ठीक है बच्चों. Protonation, there is an alcohol, so obviously it gets protonated, so there is no need to what you can say worry here. This is CH2 and there is a phenyl ring. This is OH, यहाँ पे lone pair है. If you do the protonation, then what happens, you see this will get what you can say protonated, and here you will see here this becomes OH2 protonated alcohol. Now this becomes what you can say pH here. Now it will render the positive charge at the position because of the loss of what you can say H2O. Okay, this is like this pH, this will be plus, यहाँ पे plus है. Now there is a tertiary, now this is a secondary cation, this is a tertiary here, another position is secondary, this is tertiary. This is trick here that normally you may tend to go to tertiary because tertiary is more stable than the secondary, but here this is benzylic group. Now what happens in this case, you see that whenever we write the structure here, if the cation has shifted to this position due to what you can say the rearrangement or hydride shift, now what happens is this becomes benzylic. Benzylic cation becomes more stable when compared to what you can say in this case tertiary because here you also have the support of hyperconjugation. Here you have like this hyperconjugation support, so this will be more stable, so hydrogen will be consequently lost from here, then you will get the double bond at this position. So where you get double bond is based on what you can say stable cation which you are selecting, which you see here, and the double bond formation occurs here. I'm sorry, so it has to be the third one. Sorry. Methanol on reaction with HI. Methanol when subjected to reaction with HI, it will what you can say strong acid, this will get protonated and iodine will react with this, it results in the formation of methyl iodide. Methyl iodide react with KCN nucleophilic substitution reactions, Cn minus will replace Ci minus, so you are getting C triple bond N. Cyanide when subjected to hydrolysis, this is H3O plus. When it is subjected to hydrolysis, cyanide on hydrolysis gives acid, cyanide on reduction gives primary amines. ये दो याद रखना है, conversion reaction में आपको बहुत helpful होगा. This you get consequently this convert into what you can say COH. This on reduction gives COH. Sorry, reduction gives primary amine. Hydrolysis gives COH. Okay, this is partial reduction in hydrolysis, Stephan reduction हमने देखा है last grand test में. Now this is you are getting acid. When this acid is subjected to reduction, lithium aluminum hydride has a tendency to reduce this. It's a hydride donor. It will reduce this through the mechanism by donating hydride. This becomes what you can say OH. This also what you can reduce an aldehyde. Consequently, it finally converts into what you can see ethyl alcohol. The same reaction is not possible with sodium borohydride. It's not possible. Lithium aluminum hydride can react with acids, sodium borohydride does not. So therefore in this case you will get ethyl alcohol. This is the condition. Acidity positions of XYZ. He has given a structure in which one there is an acid group, there is protonated amine group and NH3 NH3 group. Actually it should have been NH2 here. Okay, this should be NH2 here. Now what happens in this case, whenever you compare NH3 plus and NH2, obviously NH3 is suffering with what you can say positive charge. So what happens in here, this is NH3, it is suffering with a positive charge. It is also electronegative. After you see fluorine and oxygen, it is also having electronegativity. So it will try to overcome this positive charge by losing the H plus. Such type of urge is not there when compared to what you can say NH2. So when compared to NH2, it is definitely what you can say, this is more acidic. So one thing you can confirmly say, Y is more than Z. Okay guys, Y is more than Z. So you can just rule out these two. Elimination will always be helpful. In some cases more helpful, some cases less helpful. That's a different issue. Now the debate is between X and Y. It is an acid which if it loses what you can say H plus, if it loses H plus, the consequently obtained what you can say ion is having resonance stability. It will come here, this will go to what you can say identical what you can say resonating components. Here you just see it becomes minus, due to which you are getting a resonance hybrid. Whenever it gives a resonance hybrid, that type of resonance will have very high priority. That's the reason you take benzoic acid, it will be more acidic than phenol. Though phenol has more resonating structures, benzoic acid will be more acidic. The reason is it has equivalent resonating what you can structures which gives a resonance hybrid. Those which generally end up with resonance hybrid are better resonance. So this wins over NH3 plus in acidic character. So therefore in this case X will be more than Y, Y will be more than Z. Okay? So therefore anyhow. Which of the following is a valid representation of 3D orbital electrons? This you know, in the case of Schrodinger's equation, you have a representation N, L and M. N represents pencil quantum number, L represents azimuthal and N represents what you can say the magnetic quantum number. For 3D orbital, you know 3D, 3 का मतलब N का आपको value पता है. L is equal to 0s, L is equal to 1p, L is equal to 2d, so it is 2, 3 and 2. So therefore first one is ruled out, fourth one is ruled out. Now second and third, your focus is only on second and third, that is more interesting. You know that L and M, whenever you talk about M, we know M can have values from minus L to plus L. This is minus L to plus L. ठीक है, minus L. L का value कितना है यहाँ पे 2 है. So it can be from minus 2 to plus 2. What are the values? Minus 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1, plus 2. But 3 नहीं हो सकता. ठीक है, but यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है क्या है, यहाँ पे second में 3 दिया हुआ है. So therefore it has to be third one. Okay. pH of a decimolar solution of acetic acid is 3. The solution is diluted by 100 times. Whenever you have weak acid, you cannot apply general what you can say pH as negative log H plus straight away. First we have to what you can say relate to its concentrations. We can have two examples, two formulas here. H plus is equal to C alpha and another is H plus is equal to root of Ka dot C. These are the conditions. Now you see in this case, since it is the same acid, Ka will not be an issue. So therefore what happens here, I will write what you can say H plus concentration of the first one by H plus concentration of the second one. It's inverse to what you can say C1 by C2. Okay? Because it's a weak acid. Now pH of a decimolar solution is 3. Once pH is 3, we know the relationship. What is that? H plus is equal to 10 power of minus pH. तो H plus का वैल्यू कितना आएगा भाई? 10 power of minus 3 आएगा यहाँ पे. तो यहाँ पे 10 power of minus 3 लिख देते हैं पहले भाई. नेक्स्ट वाला pH पूछ रहे हैं तो इसका H plus फाइंड आउट करना है अपने को. H plus. So यहाँ पे देखिए, first one is saying it is a decimolar solution. Decimolar solution is 10 power of minus 1 and such a decimolar solution is diluted by 100 times. So 10 power of minus 1 diluted by 100 times, its concentration decreased by 100 times. So therefore this gets cancelled. So it becomes what? 10 power of minus 3 by H plus. ठीक है बच्चों, यहाँ पे देखते हैं 100 it goes here, root of 100 that will be 10. So therefore H plus, the new H plus will be what? 10 power of minus 3 by 10. so it becomes 10 power of minus 4. एक बार ये आ जाने से आपको पता है, you can apply this H plus what you can, or you can say pH is equal to negative log H plus. यहाँ पे कितना होगा, negative log 10 power of minus 4 आएगा भैया, तो यहाँ पे it becomes minus 4 log 10, so it comes to 4. Okay, don't rush for an answer, don't dilute it straight away and say answer is 5 because it's not a strong acid. You need to consider the Ka and alpha into consideration. 2 moles of N2O4 is taken in a closed vessel. Degree of decomposition is 0.5. That means 50% dissociated. Definitely we know what is the reactions generally which is with relevance to this. Degree of decomposition of N2O4, Kp of the reaction when equilibrium pressure is 3 atmospheres. Okay, this is N2O4 decomposition. We know that it is a dimerization process only. This is NO2. Okay, now he is saying it is dissociating, what you can say, 2 moles initially you are taking. So initially this is 0. So 50% of the 2 moles, 2 minus 1, every 1 mole gives 2 moles. Here 1 mole disappearing, you will get 2 moles of this. What is left out here? 1 mole. This is how many formed here? 2 moles. What is the total number of moles? 3 moles. भाई जब individual moles पता है, total moles पता है, तो partial pressure में कोई दिक्कत ना होगा. So partial pressure of NO2 is equal to number of moles of NO2. कितना है यहाँ पे? 2 है, और total number of moles 3 आएगा. और what is the pressure he is saying? 3. So you can cancel here only 3 and 3. So partial pressure of NO2 you can still write it as 2. And what is this one? In the case of this N2O4, partial pressure of N2O4, it's equal to number of moles of N2O4 is 1, total number of moles is 3, pressure this is 3, 3 gets cancelled, this becomes 1. So what is the Kp value then? Kp is equal to partial pressure of NO2 square by partial pressure of N2O4. N2O4 का value 1 आ गया और यहाँ पे 2 है, so it is 2 square by 1. So कितना है भाई? 4 है. Okay, you can cancel, put everything here, cancel, or cancel here and put what you can say in a simplified version. That will be more easy according to me. Molar conductance of a saturated barium sulfate is, molar conductance दिया हुआ है यहाँ पे, molar conductance is equal to 400. Okay, specific conductance of barium sulfate K is equal to, this is 8 into 10 power of minus 5, and solubility product, what you can say, this is solubility product. He is asking KSP, मतलब पहले आपको S पता होना चाहिए solubility, and S we know it's nothing but equal to molarity. So you know the expression, molar conductivity is equal to specific conductivity into 1000 by molarity, which is nothing but solubility we can say. So here you can find out what is the solubility value. S is equal to, this will be K value, how much it is given, 8 into 10 power of minus 5 into this is 10 power of 3 by what is the molar conductivity, this is 4 in 10 power of 2. So therefore you can just check it out here, this goes what you can say 2 times, this gets cancelled, this is 10, so it is 2 into 10 power of minus 4 is solubility or molarity, or this is what you can say, you know, it's S and S, so it becomes S square. We have applied what you can say m to the power m, n to the power n, S to the power m plus n. ये तो याद रखना है minimum. So 1 to the power 1, 1 to the power 1, S to the power 1 plus 1. So ये आएगा S2 आपको. So इसका square कर देते हैं भाई. तो ये कितना है? 4 into 10 power of minus 8. ठीक है? So it will be 4th. Kinetic energy of n molecules of oxygen is x joules at minus 120. Kinetic energy expression we know, that is 3 by 2 nRT. 3 by 2 nRT. He is giving 2 cases now. Let us what you can say take 2 cases. Okay. He is saying that these moles are different, what you can say, and I mean to say he is talking about the molecules, different temperatures he has given, and energies what you can see has given x joules, and what you can say kinetic energies 2x joules. Let us compare what you can say this. Here it is x joules, this is 3 by 2, number of molecules he said n, so number of molecules by Avogadro number, this is n, into this is R, temperature minus 273. So 273 minus 273, it comes what you can say 150 years. For next one, how do you write? This is 2x joules. So to 2x joules, it is 3 by 2. 3 by 2. This is number of moles. What you can see is number of molecules is asking. So you can just say this is some value. Let us say it is A, some capital A. This is Avogadro number into this is R. And what is the temperature given here? The temperature given is 27. So it becomes 300. Just cancel and find out A in this case. It's not an issue. Okay. You can cancel the common terms, and what you can say, you can cancel the Avogadro number, 3 by 2, everything you can cancel. This goes, what you can say, 2 times RR gets cancelled. Find out the value of A. That's a simple calculation. Kinetic energy is given. Standard enthalpy of formation of SO2. Enthalpy of formation is 1 mole of a substance formed from its elements. So now how do you write from its elements SO2 formation? You see, what you can say, sulfur plus oxygen, it gives SO2. This is one way of writing. Next is asking enthalpy of combustion of rhombic sulfur. It will be S-side presentation. So since it is S-side presentation, here we can write, what you can say, it is 1 by 8 into S8. This is what you can say O2 gives, this is SO2. Okay, 1 by 8 of what you can say S8 with oxygen, it can give what you can say SO2. This will be what you can say X. This will be the heat of formation. When you write outside, it will be what you can say minus X. For rhombic sulfur, how much it will be? So rhombic sulfur is, you can straight away take S8, and S8 means it will consequently form 8 SO2, therefore it should be 8 what you can say O2. Then this reaction is 8 times of this reaction. If you multiply this reaction with 8 times, you will get this one. 8 gets cancelled, 8 O2, 8 SO2. So therefore 8x energy will be released, and the enthalpy in this case will be minus 8x. But this is not heat of formation, this will be the heat of formation. So therefore it has to be what you can say minus 8x. Sometimes they ask you the energy liberated in the combustion of rhombic sulfur, then the answer will be 8x, not minus. N2H2 reactions are mixed up to form ammonia. Of course, here this type of cases you have to find out the limiting agents. This is 3H2, it results in the formation of NH3. These are regular weights which you have idea. This is 28 kgs will react with 6 kgs. It gives what you can say 2 into 17 kgs, that is 34 kgs. So now you have to find out the limiting agents. 20 kgs and 3 kgs. Suppose if I take 3 kgs here, how much of the nitrogen is required? I require only half, that is 14 kgs. Yes. Is 14 kgs available? It's more than available. So it is 20 kgs, means 6 kgs will be extra. 6 kgs of nitrogen is more. So therefore it is excess. So therefore this is limiting agent. Whenever you remind what you can calculate limiting agent, the final answer is based on that. 6 kgs gives 34 grams, 3 kgs will give 17 grams. So it's here it is. Okay guys, on 17th we'll have what you can say after the exam evening, we'll have the live session. We'll explain what you can say all the questions in detail, so that whatever you have worked out, whatever you have done correctly, you can just cross check, and you can what you can say will be associated with you in explaining all the 4 subjects. So please join us on 17th evening. See you guys.
Hello everyone, my name is Kiran Chaudhary and I welcome you back at Infinity Learn NEET channel. Today we will be discussing about the paper Grand Test 8 that you gave on 7th of July. I will be discussing all the 50 questions in this paper. So let's start, my lovely kids. So here comes the very first question. I think black ink is not going to be visible. Let's try the yellow one. So the first question reads, my kid, select the incorrect statement. Be very careful whenever such words are there, incorrect, correct, right? So be very careful. Don't be in extreme hurry that you forget to read the correct words. Okay. So select the incorrect statement. Growth. So this question is from your chapter number 1, 11th class NCERT, the living world. Growth cannot be taken as a defining property of living organism. Yes, because even the non-living objects show growth. Metabolism is not always a defining property of all living organism. This is in fact
incorrect, and in the question also they have asked which one is incorrect. Metabolism is always a defining feature of all living organism. Metabolism is not seen in any of the non-living objects. At the same time, it is seen in all the living organism without any exception. Reproduction is not considered as a defining property. Yes, because there are some living organisms like infertile human couples, right my dear students, mules, etc., which do not reproduce but they are living. A patient who is in coma has no self-conscious. That's absolutely correct. So only second option is incorrect. Let's see the next question. Match column 1 with column 2 for houseflies classification and select the correct option. Again, this question is from your chapter number 1, class 11, taxonomic categories. From that table, if you remember, right? So family, so it's based on housefly. So the family, houseflies, my dear students, the family is Muscidae. The order is Diptera, class is Insecta, and phylum is Arthropoda. So family goes with 3, A goes with 3, B goes with 1, C goes with 4, and D goes with 2. So fourth is right. Next question. Which of the following is or are showing diplontic life cycle? So if you notice, my dear students, many of the algae, right, are haplontic, but there are some exceptions like Fucus, which is a brown algae but show diplontic life cycle, and angiosperms and gymnosperms also show diplontic life cycle. So in algae, Fucus is the exception showing diplontic life cycle, but angiosperms and gymnosperms, they show diplontic life cycle. So Pinus is the representative member of gymnosperm in this option, and Fucus is actually your brown algae. So Fucus, brown algae, and Pinus, the gymnosperm, they show diplontic life cycle. Spirogyra, my dear students, Ectocarpus, they all are algae, but here Spirogyra, my lovely kids, is going to show the haplontic life cycle. Ectocarpus is again going to show some exception. It is going to show a haplodiplontic life cycle. Polysiphonia and Cycas. Polysiphonia is a red algae, but it will also show haplodiplontic life cycle. Exception hai ye bhi. And Cycas is the gymnosperm. It will show diplontic life cycle. Kelp and Markentia. Markentia is, my dear students, your bryophyte. It will show haplodiplontic, and kelp is again an exception in algae. It is also going to show haplodiplontic. I hope this much is clear. So Ectocarpus, Polysiphonia and kelp will show haplodiplontic life cycle, although they are algae. Fucus is also algae but show diplontic, but many of the, not all, rest I will say, many of the algae, my dear students, shows haplontic life cycle. So that's the correct answer. They were asking about diplontic. Next question. Equisetum is a member of pteridophyte. Pretty simple. Next. Indestructible cell wall found in which of the following protistans? So indestructible cell walls are found in diatoms, and diatoms are member of chrysophytes. Pretty simple. And why the cell wall is indestructible? The cell wall is indestructible because it is filled with silica. Next, and it forms the diatomaceous earth, my dear students. When diatoms die, they get deposited on the floor of the aquatic habitat. Next, an edible part of the mushroom, please remember, in mushroom the part that you eat is actually the basidiocarp, the fruiting body. Basidiocarp, the fruiting body in which several basidia are arranged. Next question, incorrect match of the following. So let us see which of the following is incorrect in this. Sheathing leaf base is found in monocot, that's correct. They are asking about incorrect, remember. Pulvinous leaf base in legume is also correct. Alternate phyllotaxy brassica, okay. And exposing the leaf to sunlight, pedicel. Pedicel is stalk of a flower, not of the leaf. Petiole actually helps in doing the same function in, my dear students. Petioles is helping in doing this function in leaf. So pedicel is not a part of leaf and lamina is a part of leaf. That is why this becomes an incorrect match. Next. Statement 1 and statement 2 you need to read out and you need to find out which one is correct and incorrect. So let me read it for you. Prop roots of banyan are adventitious roots. That's right. Prop roots of banyan are actually the supporting roots, and they are coming out from the aerial branches and not from the direct elongation of radicle, hence they are adventitious. They develop from the parts other than the radicle, yeah. So both statement 1 and 2 are correct. Prop root of banyan are adventitious, right? They develop from the, why they are adventitious? Because they develop from the parts other than the radical. Statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Next question. Gynoecium occupies the highest position while the other floral parts are situated below it in the flower. So whenever the gynoecium occupies the highest position, my dear students, the ovary is superior and the flower is hypogynous. Is this clear? Now in this, which of the following plants show hypogynous flowers with superior ovaries? Can anybody tell me that? Very simple, it is the mustard. Next question. Secondary growth occurs in stems and roots. So secondary growth is a character of dicot plants and of gymnosperms. So if you see over here, first option, dicot and gymnosperm. Dicot and gymnosperm. Next question. Phloem of gymnosperms contains. So phloem of gymnosperms will contain sieve cells and albuminous cells. Sieve tubes and sieve tubes, my dear students, and companion cells is a character of angiosperms and not gymnosperms. So they will contain sieve cells. Gymnosperms phloem will contain sieve cells and albuminous cells. Right? Is this clear? Bulliform cells. Now bulliform cells, my dear students, they are a characteristics of monocot leaf and they are present on the adaxial surface. They are present on the adaxial surface of the monocot, and grass is a representative member of monocot. Pretty simple. Please remember, several times the question has been asked from anatomy, right, my dear students, based on bulliform cells. So please remember, they are part of or they are found on monocot leaf. Example, grass. Which of the following is a mismatch? So if you notice, my dear students, triple helical structure of collagen, Ramachandran is correct. Omnis cellulae e cellula Warshaw is also correct. Cell theory by R. Brown is wrong. Cell theory was given by Sleeden and Shawn. And here alpha helix and beta sheet is missing. My alpha helix and beta sheet structure by Pauling is also right. So the only wrong match over here is cell theory by R. Brown. No. Cell theory was not by R. Brown, it was given by Sleeden and Shaw. Next question. This is a match. Let us see that. Protein synthesis and secretion. This is in fact a function of RER, rough endoplasmic reticulum. Glycolipid, modification of lipids. Modification is the work of Golgi complex. Exoneme. Exoneme is found in cilia flagella. Hub is a part of centriole. So if you see, A goes with 3, A goes with 3, B goes with 1, C goes with 2 and D goes with 4. So I guess 2 should be the correct one. A going with 3, B with 1, C with 2 and D with 4. Yeah. Let's see the next question now, my dear students. Which of the following is a correct match? George Pellet, yeah, he's linked with the ribosomes. That's absolutely correct and given in the NCERT also. The first one in fact is correct. Flagellum 9 triplets, no, 9 doublets. Lysosome double membrane structure, no, single membrane structure. Chloroplast sausage shaped, no. Mitochondria is sausage shaped. The function of contractile vacuole, the function of contractile vacuole is osmoregulation and excretion. Please remember this. Okay, so given structure, this is from straight NCERT biomolecules, my dear students. Given structure formula is correctly identified along with its relation function by which of the following. So it is actually, this diagram is from NCERT, it's of cholesterol, it's a steroid. Next question. Which of the following secondary metabolites are used as drugs? Which of the following secondary metabolites are used as drugs? This is also from biomolecules and from that table of secondary metabolites. So actually vinblastine, curcumin, etc. are used as drugs. Next question. The polysaccharide made up of glucose monomers are. So let's see this: sucrose, lactose, maltose, chitin, glycogen, starch, glycogen, cellulose, starch, inulin, peptidoglycans. Yeah, so it should be starch, glycogen and cellulose. Starch, glycogen and cellulose, they are the polymers, polysaccharides made up of glucose monomers. Next question. Which of the following corresponds to the interval between mitosis and initiation of DNA replication? So if you see the entire cell cycle, my dear students, G1, S, G2 and M phase. That means if you notice, between interval between mitosis and initiation of DNA replication, this represent the S phase, mitosis represent the M phase. So who comes between mitosis and S phase? G1 phase. Next question. Which of the following helps in reduction of chromosome number? Which of the following helps in reduction of chromosome number? So chromosome number reduction, it is actually, my dear students, who is concerned? Meiosis 1 is concerned in reducing the chromosome number, right? And also remember, meiosis 2 cannot be the answer because meiosis 2 is similar to mitosis, and mitosis is equational division, right? So we call meiosis as reductional division, right, my dear students? Why? Because of the anaphase 1. What is happening in anaphase 1, my dear students? Half chromosomes are going on one pole and half will go on another. So chromosomes become half in anaphase 1 of meiosis 1. So because of this. Next, beginning of dash is recognized by dissolution of synoptimal complex. So beginning of diplotin is recognized by the dissolution of synoptimal complex. Alright, synoptimal complex was formed between homologous chromosome during zygotine and it gets dissolved at the beginning of diplotin. So beginning of diplotin is recognized by the dissolution of synoptimal complex. Nitrogen fixing bacteria will do what? Nitrogen fixing bacteria will convert atmospheric nitrogen N2 into ammonia NH3. Pretty simple. Next question. Choose the set of all beneficial elements. Pretty simple question, my dear students. Selenium, cobalt, silicon and sodium. I repeat myself, selenium, cobalt, silicon and sodium, they all are beneficial elements. Next question. In a pea plant shows capital B, small b genotype, then what will be the shape of the seed and size of the starch grain? So please remember, my dear students, this gene B of P is actually pleiotropic, same gene regulating, one gene regulating multiple phenotype, more than one phenotype. So this B gene is responsible for giving the shape to the pea seed as well as determining the size of the starch grain. So when the phenotype shape of the seed is considered, it will show complete dominance. That means capital B and small b, this heterozygous condition, this hybrid is going to produce what? It is going to produce the round seed. But if you consider the phenotype size of the starch grain, then this gene B show incomplete dominance. In capital B situation, it will show a large starch grain. In small b, small starch grain. In capital B, small b, it will show intermediate. It will show intermediate starch grain because with respect to the size of the starch grain, gene B is showing incomplete dominance. Incomplete dominance. So capital B, small b should show a round and intermediate size. Round and intermediate size. So whenever the phenotype shape of the seed is considered, B gene is showing complete dominance. But whenever the phenotype size of the starch grain is considered, gene B is showing incomplete dominance. Please remember this. Physical association of genes on a chromosome. So the physical association because of which the genes, it's because of linkage, genes remain together on a chromosome. The physical association of genes on a chromosome is linkage. Which of the following nitrogen bases are common in both DNA and RNA? The nitrogen bases can be divided into two broad categories, purine and pyrimidines. Purines are A and G, and pyrimidines are, my dear students, C, U and T, cytosine, uracil and thymine. So if you notice, adenine, guanine and cytosine, they are common in both DNA and RNA. Thymine only in DNA, uracil only in RNA. So C, G, A is common. Common के बारे में पूछा है. Next question, select the microbe which is the source of clot buster. So from which microbe clot buster enzyme can be obtained? The streptokinase can be obtained. So it is from a bacterium. It is from a bacterium, Streptococcus. Pretty simple, right? Next question, find the incorrect match. Gas hormone ethylene, that's right. Phototropism auxin, this is also right. Female flowers in cucumber by ethylene, kills dicot wheat. So whose function is to kill the dicot wheat? It's of auxin and not of ABA, right? Next question, photosynthates are mobilized in the phloem in the form of, photosynthates are mobilized in the phloem in form of sucrose. So the food actually travels in phloem in form of sucrose. Next, the rDNA produced by Boyer and Cohen was introduced into dash bacterium. It was actually introduced into E. coli to be expressed. Next question, while isolating DNA from bacteria, which of the following enzyme is not used? Lysozyme, ribonuclease, protease, deoxyribonuclease. Okay, so deoxyribonuclease is nothing but your DNase, my dear students. It is your DNase. It is your DNase. It is your DNase, and it is going to do what? It is going to do the lysis or hydrolysis of the DNA. So you can't extract DNA if you are going to use DNase. It is going to break it. So this is not going to be used. Not used enzyme is DNase, deoxyribonucleases. Next question, GEAC was established by Government of India. Pretty simple. Next, normal cells can be transformed to tumor by dash part of the Ti plasmid of Agrobacterium tumefacium. Pretty simple, my dear students. It is because of the tDNA of Ti plasmid. Next question, certain E. coli cells after transformation with vector having insert at the gene produce colorless colonies indicating that they are, so remember my dear students, colorless colonies indicate recombinance. If there is no color coming, because the gene is silenced. Why? Because of the insertion of the desired DNA there. So colorless colony actually represents the recombinance. Next, colorless, remember. Upper blades in a simple stirred tank bioreactor serve for, so this upper blades in a simple stirred tank actually helps in breaking the foam which get formed over the upper portion of the medium, breaking foam. Pretty simple. Next question, protein encoded by gene Cry1AB control. So the proteins that are encoded by gene Cry1AB will control corn borer. They will control corn borer. This is also straight from NCERT. An odd one out with respect to the mode of gene transfer is agrobacterium mediated, gene gun, microinjection and bioalistics. So if you see over here, my dear students, only agrobacterium one is related with disarmed pathogen vector. It is via disarmed pathogen vector. Rest all are a little of different category. Gene gun, microinjection, bioalistics, it's a little different category, and the upper one goes with a disarmed pathogen vector. So that is why this stands a little odd. The dominant biotic pollinating agents, the dominating biotic pollinating agents are none other than the bees, honeybees, bees. Select the correct stage with respect to development of dicot embryo. So in NCERT, my dear students, in there's one image that is given, right, for the embryo journey of the dicot, my dear students, dicot embryo. So first there is zygote, then there's pro-embryo, then there is globular stage, heart shape stage and mature stage. So if you notice from here, which one is the right one? So इधर तो heart पहले आ गया, इधर heart तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा पहले आ गया, इधर globular बहुत पहले आ गया. I think fourth one is correct. Zygote, then pro-embryo, globular, heart shape and mature. This is from your diagram of chapter 2, sexual reproduction in flowering plant, dicot embryo. Stages of development of a dicot embryo. Okay, so this is a pretty good question, right? So we need to understand this. So how you got this? Study the following equation and identify the correct statement. So beautifully this question has been asked. So let me help you out in cracking this one. So this is in general, this is a general representation of photosynthesis process, general, right? So we are not specifying who is the hydrogen donor over here. So it's represented by H2A. Now this A can be S, now this A can be O as well. So H2A, CO2, H2, sorry 2A, CH2A, CH2O and H2O. So if you notice over here, in this whole process, who is getting reduced? So in this whole process of photosynthesis, CO2 is actually reduced to carbohydrate. So CO2 का reduction होता है, बिल्कुल सही है. H2O is actually oxidized, right? Removal of hydrogen from A takes place. That is why A is alone over here. Removal of hydrogen and oxidation. So H2A is oxidized. This is also correct. CH2O is the sugar is formed by the reduction of CO2. That's absolutely correct. H2A can be H2O or H2S. So H2A is the hydrogen donor. So H2A can be H2S. Then when H2S is going to get oxidized, the oxidation product can be either sulfur or compounds of sulfur depending upon the organism. But if H2O is the hydrogen donor, then H2 will oxidize into oxygen gas will be released. So whenever H2S is utilized or is acting as or serving as a hydrogen donor, then oxygen will not produced during photosynthesis, but when H2O is the hydrogen donor, oxygen will be released. So H2A can be H2O or H2S, that's all right. H2S in purple and green sulfur bacteria and water in the higher plants, right? So all of them are correct. I hope you got this one. That was a good one. I hope you get this. Next one. Proton gradient is broken. H1 passes through cytochrome B complex? No. H passes from stroma to lumen. This in fact helps in building the proton gradient. H plus electron passes through plastoquinone? No, no, no. So passing through CF0 and CFN, yes. Whenever the proton gradient breaks, my dear students, the membrane is impermeable for the ions to move, right? So CF0 act as a transmembrane channel where it allows the H plus ions, these charged particles, to come out from the lumen, from lumen to stroma back, my dear students. And this can be for I'm talking about right now about what? I was right now talking about photosynthesis. Same can be applied for cellular respiration also. In that case, from intermembrane space to matrix, the H plus will be moving back, breaking of the proton gradient. It will take place with the help of CF0, CF1 particle. Is this clear? I hope. Where CF0 is acting as a transmembrane channel. So proton gradient is broken when H plus protons passes through H plus. I think H plus यहाँ पे थोड़ा missing हो गया है. It should be like protons or H plus passes through CF0, CF1 particle, your complex number. Fifth, next question, which of the following condition is true for codominance? Which of the following is true for codominance? Okay, so in codominance, phenotype of F1 resemble both the parents like AB blood group, right? That's absolutely correct, and that's the only correct option over here. When phenotype of F1 resemble either of the two parents, phenotype of F1 does not resemble either of the two parents. Okay, there's nothing. F1 resemble only the female parent. No one matches with the codominance. Only the first one matches. That is phenotype of F1 resemble both the parents. Example, AB blood group, where A and B both represent, get expressed. Match column Match the column with regard to respiratory substrate 1 and their entry points. Okay. So if you notice, my dear students, carbohydrate will enter the respiratory pathway from glycolysis through glucose, from the start of glycolysis I should say. Glycerol from PGAL, so remember that PGAL DHAP ka interconversion from that point. Fatty acids via forming acetyl CoA and amino acid via forming pyruvic acid. So if you see over here, carbohydrate goes with 4, A goes with 4, B goes with 1, C goes with 2 and D goes with 3. So 1 is correct. Next question. The final proof for DNA as the genetic material came from the experiment of Hershey and Chase, where they used the bacteriophages and the E. coli. That's right, Hershey and Chase. Next question. Which one of the following correct representation of products produced in Krebs cycle for one molecule of glucose? So for one molecule of glucose, Krebs cycle will run 2 times, right? Because one glucose molecule will form 2 pyruvic acid. Each pyruvic acid will undergo pyruvate oxidation to form 1 acetyl CoA, and the acetyl CoA will react with oxaloacetic acid to start the Krebs cycle. So for 2 pyruvic acid, this will have 2 acetyl CoA will be produced, and this Krebs cycle will run twice. So if you notice, in one turn, my dear students, 3 NADH plus H plus, 1 FADH2 and 1 GTP or ATP is produced. Remember, so if you multiply it by twice, it becomes what it becomes? It becomes, my dear students, 6 NADH plus H plus, 2 FADH2 and 2 ATP. So if you see over here, yeah, so it becomes 2 ATP. Okay, if I talk about CO2, my dear students, 1 CO2 come out during pyruvate oxidation and 2 comes out in each turn of the Krebs cycle. So total 4 will come out. So it should be 2 ATP, 2 FADH2, 4 CO2 and 6 NADH plus H plus. So is there anyone who is matching? So यहाँ तो 8 हो गया, ये गलत हो गया, ये तो 1 के लिए है. This is for one turn, right? But it will run twice for one molecule of glucose. And this one, if I see, here it is writing 4 CO2 and here they are writing 2 CO2, 2 CO2 in one turn, 4 CO2 in 2 turns, 2 ATP, 2 FADH2, 4 CO2 and 6 NADH plus H plus. That's absolutely correct. Next question. Degeneracy of genetic code refers to. Now please notice, my dear students, degeneracy means since amino acid that are coded, that needs to be coded at 20, but genetic codes are too much, right? There were 64 combination, 61 codes for the amino acid. So there are more than too much of the genetic codes that are available. So what happened? Genetic code is degenerate. One amino acid can be coded by multiple codons or genetic code. This is known as degeneracy. And please remember, do not confuse degeneracy with ambiguity. Ambiguity means one codon at a time can code for more than one amino acid. That never happens. Genetic codes are not ambiguous, they are degenerate. Same amino acids can be coded by multiple codons. So degeneracy means most of the amino acids are represented or coded by more than one codon. This is correct. Each amino acid coded by only one codon? No, each codon can represent more than one amino acid. नहीं, ये तो each codon more than one amino acid के लिए तो we will say ambiguity, which genetic codes will not show. Codons and mRNA are overlapping. Okay, so degeneracy goes with the second one. Next is which of the following crop variety correctly matches with its resistance to a disease? Let's see. Okay, so Pusa Komal is the for cowpea, right? And bacterial blight is in fact the correct for it. Let's see the next rest also. Pusa Sadabahar is for chili, my dear students, and in fact it is for tobacco mosaic virus. ये तो यहाँ पे white rust के लिए नहीं होगा. Pusa Swarnim is actually, my dear student, for brassicaceae and it is for white rust, and Pusa Shubra is for the cauliflower where it is for black rot and etc. So all these are mismatched. The first one is correct. Next question. Total Totipotency. Totipotency is the capacity, totipotency, total potency, total ability to produce the entire plant. So capacity to generate whole plant, capacity to generate hybrid plant, recovery, no. Only second one is correct. Capacity to generate a whole plant from plant cell or an explant. So this whole plant, totipotency. Capacity to generate a whole plant from plants or explant. Next question. Identify the phase of mitosis from the given diagram. So it's pretty simple, my dear students. A is the metaphase because you can see the chromosomes are coming and arranging themselves on the metaphagic plate. So A to metaphase hai. B is anaphase, chromosomes are going by splitting of the centromere and the sister chromatids are now acting as a daughter chromosome and going towards the poles. Ye bhi theek hai. So B should be, A is metaphase. Ye thoda sa, this is a little bit, what should I say? ये थोड़ा सा alignment गड़बड़ हो गया इधर B होना चाहिए और इधर C होना चाहिए. So A is metaphase, B is anaphase and C is prophase, disintegration of nuclear membrane. Chromosomes become quite visible, right? So A should be metaphase, B should be anaphase and C should be prophase. I hope you got this one. A metaphase, B, A metaphase, B anaphase and C is prophase. So yeah, I guess these are the all questions. These were the all 50 questions, my dear students. Thank you very much.
Hello dear students, welcome to Infinity Learn. This is Dr. Priyanka and once again we are going to discuss the solutions of your mock test. Hope you all are ready for today's session. So let's start. Let's see what is the first question. The first question is, what are haploid stages produced during spermatogenesis of mammals? We know spermatogenesis is formation of sperm. So haploid stage will include the secondary spermatocyte and the spermatids, isn't it? We know that spermatogonia cells are diploid. This spermatogonia will undergo growth and will give rise to primary spermatocyte, which is again diploid. This primary spermatocyte will undergo meiosis 1 and will form haploid secondary spermatocyte, right? Now there will be meiosis 2 in secondary spermatocyte and there will be formation of haploid spermatids. So what are they? These are spermatids. Now these spermatids will undergo differentiation to form spermatozoa. Or sperm. So spermatids and spermatozoa together with secondary spermatocytes are haploid. Okay. So these are sperms or spermatozoa. This process is known as spermiogenesis. Very important for your exam point of view, dear students, right? Spermiogenesis is the differentiation of spermatids into sperm or spermatozoa. This is also known as spermateleiosis, right? Don't confuse it with spermatogenesis or spermiation, right? This is spermiogenesis or differentiation of spermatids into spermatozoa. Now coming to the question, they were asking about the haploid stage. So your answer will be secondary spermatocyte and spermatids will be haploid. Okay. Now let's move on to our next question. So your next question on the screen is, select the conditions required for dissociation of oxyhemoglobin at the tissue level. right? Recall oxyhemoglobin dissociation curve, okay? Then understand why the tissue will require oxygen for its metabolism, right? Oxygen is required, and when oxygen is required, that means already at the tissue level the partial pressure of carbon dioxide should be more, isn't it? That's why there should be a dissociation of oxyhemoglobin. So let's figure out what is the correct option. So let's write it down that for dissociation of oxygen and hemoglobin, what are all conditions are required? The partial pressure of carbon dioxide should be high, the partial pressure of oxygen should be low, H plus ion should be more, temperature should be high, and pH should be less. Okay, so these are the factors. Let's see what will be the correct option. High PCO2, low PO2, more H plus, higher temperature. Third is the correct option for this question. Why? At the tissue level we require oxygen because of increase in the partial pressure of carbon dioxide. At that time there will be dissociation of the oxygen and hemoglobin. Understood? So very simple question directly from oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve. Now one more, match the following type of question. List 1. In the list 1 you have Meandrina, Locusta, Wuchereria and Dentalia. Let's match it. Meandrina, this is my favorite organism. Meandrina is brain coral. It looks exactly like a brain, right? So I will mark it with brain coral. Locusta. Locusta is an arthropoda and it is a gregarious pest. Very important question for NEET examination. So Locusta will be marked with gregarious pest, right? Wuchereria, Bancrofti and Malai are the filarial worm that causes elephantiasis or filariasis. Now Dentalium is the elephant tusk shell. Okay, so Dentalium will be marked with tusk shell. See how important are the examples given in your NCERT, right? Examples with the scientific names together with common names are also important for NEET examination. Let's see what is the correct answer. A will be matched with 4 and B will be matched with 3. So 1 is the correct answer, C will be matched with 1, D will be matched with 2, right? So correct option for this question is 1. Let's move on to our next question. Bad ozone is present in. See, ozone when it is present in the troposphere is bad, but when it is present in the stratosphere then it is good ozone. And good ozone prevent us from harmful UV rays, right? So here the correct option was 2 because they are asking about bad ozone. Which one of the following belongs to phylum Echinodermata? Echino means spine, right? And dermata means skin. Okay, Echinodermata includes starfishes, right students? Echinodermata will include starfishes. So Aplasia, Aries, Adamsia, Asterias, which of the following belong to phylum Echinodermata they are asking. We know that Asterias is the starfish, right? Aplasia is sea hare. Aedes is a mosquito, belongs to phylum Arthropoda, and Adamsia is sea anemone, that is from the phylum Cnidaria, right? So Asterias is a starfish that belongs to phylum Echinodermata. One important characteristic you should know regarding Echinodermata is that echinoderms have bilaterally symmetrical larva and radially symmetrical adult. Please note it down, very important information for your exam. Okay, please note it down, right? Now let's move on to our next question. HIV can spread through infected mother to fetus, yes. Transfusion of blood from infected person, absolutely correct. Inheritance, no. Bite of mosquito, no. Sharing infected needles in drug abusers, right. Physical contact, no. Not by hugging, not by kissing, not by eating together, right. So let's see, choose the correct answer from the options given below. So correct options are A, B and E. A, B and E only. So this is the correct answer for this question, right. Now let's move on to our next question. Hope dear students you all are enjoying this session. Remember, all the questions and the solutions that we are discussing are important for NEET, right. So please don't forget to watch every day the mock test solutions. So match list 1 with list 2. In list 1 you have Saheli. Saheli, recall, was developed by CDRI, Central Drug Research Institute, Lucknow. This is also an important question, so I will write it. Saheli was discovered by CDRI, Lucknow, right. Now Saheli is a non-steroidal weekly contraceptive pill that contains chemical centrochromin, right. So Saheli will be matched with 2, that is once a week pill. Vaults are used by females. It covers the cervix and physically prevents the entry of sperm into the female reproductive tract or the fallopian tube, right. So they act as a barrier. So it will prevent the entry of sperm through cervix is blocked. Progestasert is hormone releasing IUD. So it is hormone releasing. One more hormone releasing IUD that you should keep in mind is LNG20. Okay. Vasectomy is the cutting, not exactly removal of vas deferens, but yes, cutting and ligating the vas deferens is vasectomy, right. So let's match it. A will be matched with 2, B will be matched with 3, C will be matched with 4 and D will be matched with 1. So your answer becomes 1. Let's move on to our next question. Identify the incorrect pair. Morphine is a sedative and painkiller, absolutely correct, isn't it? So morphine is sedative and a painkiller. Obtained from Papaver somniferum, right. Cannabinoids affect cardiovascular system, yes. Obtained from Cannabis sativa. Alpha-lactalbumin is biological response modifiers, no. Biological response modifiers are alpha interferons. Please note it down. These are alpha interferons and not alpha-lactalbumin, no. Heroin is a depressant and slows down body function, absolutely correct. Heroin is formed from morphine, right. So this is a depressant. Now you were supposed to mark the incorrect option and your incorrect option is option number 3, okay. Now let's move on to our next question. The partial pressure in mmHg of oxygen and carbon dioxide in pulmonary vein is, see, pulmonary vein will have oxygenated blood, okay. So pulmonary vein will have oxygenated blood, right. So in pulmonary vein the PO2 will be 95 mmHg and PCO2, that is the partial pressure of carbon dioxide, will be 40 mmHg, directly taken from NCERT, okay. Please keep this in mind. Pyloric sphincter is present at the junction of, we know, we have seen in the previous classes that our stomach is divided into the cardia, fundus, body and the pylorus part. The pylorus part is connected to the duodenum, right, and at the junction of pylorus and duodenum there is a sphincter known as pyloric sphincter. So it will connect the stomach with the duodenum, right. Next, what is enterokinase? Very important for your NEET. Is it a hormone which activates intestinal gland, or brush border enzyme for digesting disaccharides, an enzyme activator of trypsinogen, or an enzyme secreted by liver? See, enterokinase is a part of succus entericus. And what is succus entericus? Can you tell me in the chat? Succus entericus is intestinal juice. So it is intestinal juice, right? Secreted from intestine. Now what is the function of this enterokinase? This enterokinase will activate the trypsinogen, which is an inactive proteolytic enzyme, into trypsin, right? This is a proteolytic enzyme. Proteolytic means it will break down the proteins. Now this trypsinogen is released from pancreas. Please make this flowchart very important for your exam point of view, right? So correct option will be, it is an enzyme that will activate trypsinogen into trypsin, and trypsinogen is released from pancreas, and enterokinase is released from the intestinal glands, right? So correct option here is option number 3. Now let's move on to our next question. Persons with O blood group are described as universal donor, specifically O negative, right? This is due to, why the person with O blood groups are known as universal donor? Because they don't have antigen on the surface of RBC. We know according to Landsteiner, right, that if a particular antigen is present on the surface of RBC, then the corresponding antibody will be absent from the plasma, right? So in O blood group, there is no antigen on the surface of RBC, that's why they are universal donor. So when we will transfuse this O blood group to any other individual with any other blood group, okay, since there are no antigen, no immune response will take place, right? So here, because of absence of antigen A and B on the surface of RBC, this will be the correct option. See, antibodies will be there in O blood group as well, but the antigens will be absent, okay. Now, which of the following characteristic is incorrect with respect to cockroach? Okay, we need to find out the incorrect statement. Head is triangular, formed by the fusion of 6 segments. Yes, head is triangular, fused by the junction of or fusion of 6 segments, and lie anteriorly at the right angle to the longitudinal axis of the body. Yes, this type of jaw or this type of head is known as hypognathous head, right? Why? Because in case of cockroach, the head is triangular and it is around 90 degree to the body, right? 90 degree to the body, and this is known as hypognathous head, and this is right. Hemolymph is composed of colorless plasma. Yes, that's why it is known as hemolymph. The blood of cockroach is colorless. That's why it is known as hemolymph. Malpighian tubules, you should know that hemoglobin or RBC is not present in the cockroach. That's why how the exchange of gases takes place through the spiracles and the tracheary system. Tracheas are there. Malpighian tubules are lined by glandular and ciliated cells. Yes, this is also true. We know that Malpighian tubule in cockroach helps in excretion of uric acid. Excretion of uric acid from the hemolymph, right? A pair of spermatheca is present in the segment which opens into the genital chamber of male cockroach. Now this is wrong. Spermatheca is a pouch-like structure present in female cockroach. It is present in female cockroach, right? and in female cockroach it helps in storing or receiving the spermatophores. Spermatophores are the sperm packets, right? So sperma theca is present in female cockroach to store sperm or spermatophores. Please note this down, it is not present in the male cockroach. So we needed the incorrect option, so this is the incorrect option, option number 4. This will be answer for this question. Now let's move on to our next question. Where are striated, yes, involuntary muscles present? Striated muscles present in the skeletal muscle and the cardiac muscle, but they are asking about involuntary, so your answer will be in the walls of heart. The cardiac muscles are striated but involuntary, and please keep this in mind that these muscles are also nucleated and branched. Okay, please note it down. Next question. Which one of the following organism possess mammary glands? Mammary glands are present in mammals, right? And what are mammals? Mammals can be prototheria, that is the egg-laying mammals, or they can be marsupials, also known as metatheria, that will include the kangaroo, right? Metatheria, please note it down, everything that I am writing. And then there is eutheria, these are the true mammals, right? But mammary gland is there in every mammal, right, without fail. So Carcharodon is a cartilaginous fish, okay? So Carcharodon is the great white shark, so it is cartilaginous fish. They are viviparous, but they are not mammals. Canis, yes, Canis is dog, and dog is a mammal, right? Dog is a mammal. Chameleon is a reptile, and Corvus is crow. They are aves. Corvus is crow and this is aves. These are birds. They don't have mammary glands. So your correct option will be 2. Right? Canis is dog and Felis is cat. Now let's move on to our next question. Which ion plays an important role in blood clotting? Very simple question. Sodium, potassium, calcium chloride. Correct option is calcium. This calcium ion is required for conversion of prothrombin. And what is prothrombin? It is a plasma protein. Please make every flow chart that I am making in your revision notes, and it will help you a lot to crack NEET, to get full marks in zoology. Okay. So prothrombin is a plasma protein. Now prothrombin, this plasma protein is formed in liver. Now prothrombin is converted into thrombin with the help of calcium ions, right? And this thrombin, what this thrombin does? This converts fibrinogen into fibrin. Okay. Fibrinogen is also plasma protein that is converted into fibrin, and finally the clot will be formed, right? So this was about the role of calcium in blood clotting. Now let's move on to next question. So according to next question, in a cross between male and female, both heterozygous for phenylketonuria gene, what percentage of the progeny will be deceased? In the option you have 25%, 50%, 75% and 100%. Understand that phenylketonuria is a recessive autosomal recessive disorder, right? So, if male and female both are heterozygous for phenylketonuria, that means 75% progeny will be normal. 75% progeny will be normal, and the chances of affected progeny will be 25%, right? So they are asking what percentage of progeny will be deceased, then your answer will be 25% will be affected by phenylketonuria and 75% will be normal. Okay. Now let's move on to our next question. Which one of the following contraceptive method prevent ovulation? Ovulation is prevented but not menstruation. A tricky question but nice question. See what happens in lactational amenorrhea. After parturition, after childbirth, even after childbirth, what happens? Due to prolactin hormone, the menstrual cycle does not start till around 6 months or 1 year. Okay, when the mother is lactating, okay, when the mother is lactating at that time, because of prolactin, the menstrual cycle does not start. So there is no ovulation, right? But here they are asking that will prevent ovulation but there will not be menstruation. So in lactational amenorrhea there will be no ovulation and no menstruation. So I will write it here, no ovulation is there for sure, yes, but there is again no menstruation. No menstruation is also there. Tubectomy. What is tubectomy? In this, the fallopian tube is cut and tied. Okay, so in this the fallopian tube will be cut and tied. That means that ovulation will be there, but and also there will be menstruation as well. So ovulation will also be there and menstruation will be there, but ovum will not be able to travel across the fallopian tube and will not be able to be fertilized by the sperm. In case of oral contraceptive pills, okay, these oral contraceptive pills have hormones that will prevent the ovulation, okay. So prevent ovulation but there will be menstruation, right? And what about barrier method? Barrier method will prevent the sperm from entering the cervix and the sperm will not be able to fertilize the ova. So barrier method, tubectomy, lactational amenorrhea will not be the answer. The correct option will be oral contraceptive pills. In oral contraceptive pills, there will not be any ovulation because of the hormones, right? But the menstruation will be there, right? Now coming to the types of oral contraceptive pills. Oral contraceptive pills can be of two types: the combined pills and the mini pills. The combined pills will have estrogen and progesterone both. The mini pills are also known as progesterone only pills and it will have only progesterone, right? So please note it down, very important. Correct option for this question will be 3. Next question. Match the list 1 with list 2. List 1, mantle. Mantle is present in mollusca. Proboscis gland is present in hemichordata, and a very common example of hemichordata is balanoglossus. So hemichordata, I will write balanoglossus so that you don't miss this important example. Balanoglossus is also known as tongue worm, right? Water vascular system, see you guys are always confused between water canal system and water vascular system. See, water canal system is present in porifera or sponges, and water vascular system is present in echinodermata. Water canal, porifera, water vascular, echinodermata. So here they are talking about water vascular system. Your answer will be echinodermata. Choanocytes. Choanocytes are the collar cells. Choanocytes are the collar cells, and these collar cells lines. These collar cells, they line the canal and the spongocoel in porifera. So these collar cells or choanocytes will have a flagella and a collar like structure in the cell that will trap the zooplanktons for feeding, and this flagella will help in the movement of water from ostia towards the osculum, right? So choanocytes are present in porifera, right? Now let's see what is the correct option here. A will be matched with 2, B will be matched with 1, C will be matched with 4, and D will be matched with 3. So 1 is the correct option for this question. Okay, so let's move on to our next question. Forest of Nephridia in Pheretima. Pheretima is your earthworm. Earthworm, that is Annelida, right? So integumentary nephridia present in 14, 15, 16 segment, pharyngeal nephridia present, septal nephridia present, and typical nephridia present in first, second and third segment, no. Let's understand, in Annelida, nephridia are there, very important. Nephridia are the structures for excretion and osmoregulation, right? I will tell you each and every detail that is asked in exam, because mostly you leave this earthworm portion for NEET, but still this question is important. So excretion and osmoregulation, you have nephridia for that in Annelida. So there are 3 types of nephridia. One is pharyngeal nephridia. Pharyngeal nephridia, we are talking about the earthworm, that is Pheretima. And then there is integumentary. Integumentary nephridia. Integuments means skin. Okay, so the nephridia present on the skin forms the integumentary nephridia. The third type of nephridia which is present in this earthworm is the septal nephridia. Okay, present in the septum. Now in the clitellar region, and what is the clitellar region of your earthworm? At the 14th, 15th and 16th segment, in the clitellum, there are around 2000 to 2500 nephridias which are densely packed in the clitellum, and that is known as forest of nephridia. Okay, so in earthworm, in the 14th, 15th and 16th segment, that is the clitellum, there are many nephridias, integumentary nephridias, and those are known as the forest of nephridia. So the correct option for this question will be 1. Okay, let's move on to our next question. In the next question, accumulation of uric acid crystals. Can you see how many times this is asked in exam? Accumulation of uric acid crystals at joints lead to condition called gout. Gout is gouty arthritis. Okay, many a times instead of uric acid they can give you urate crystals. This is also correct. Once it was asked in exam and my student did it wrong, because he said, ma'am, urate crystals, it is written urate. We have learned about uric acid only. So urate or uric acid crystals gets accumulated in the joints, and that is known as gouty arthritis. The joints are very painful, inflamed, there is pain in the movement, right? So this is gout. Osteoporosis, Osteoporosis is the disease usually in elderly females after menopause. Because of reduction in the level of estrogen, the bones becomes porous. Okay, there will be dissolution of calcium, right, and the bone will be susceptible to fracture. That is osteoporosis due to decrease in estrogen. Okay, tetany is prolonged contraction without relaxation. Okay, so tetany can also be due to reduction in parathormone or reduction in calcium ions, or also due to infection of Clostridium tetani bacteria, right. The muscles will be in contracted stage without relaxation. This is also known as lock jaw, right. This is also known as lock jaw. Gout, we know myasthenia gravis is an autoimmune disorder. This is an autoimmune disorder. Okay, in this disorder, body's own immune system fight against or attack the receptors for acetylcholine neurotransmitter. Ultimately, your signals will not be able to reach your skeletal muscles, and there will be progressive degeneration of the muscles because of lack of signals, right. Now let's move on to our next question. In molecular diagnosis, which technique is based upon the principle of antigen-antibody interaction? So the principle of antigen-antibody interaction is used in ELISA, that is enzyme linked immunosorbent assay, right. Mammography is done for the detection of breast cancer, right. Now let's move on to our next question. Read the following statements carefully and choose the correct answer. Now let's read all the statements one by one. Planarians possess high regeneration capacity. Yes, we know planaria, okay, has a high regeneration capacity. So even if we cut this planaria, both the parts will regenerate into whole planaria. Very important. In ctenophores, comb plates help in locomotion. Yes, there are 8 comb plates. Okay, in the ctenophora, that is the pleurobrachia, ctenoplana, and it helps in locomotion for swimming. Earthworm and leeches are monoecious. See, earthworm and leeches. Earthworm is monoecious. What do you understand by monoecious? Monoecious means hermaphrodite, but keep this point in mind. Though earthworm is hermaphrodite, but there is cross fertilization, right. And closed circulatory system is present in arthropod. No, this is wrong, because the circulatory system in arthropoda is open type, right. Members of mollusca are triploblastic, coelomate and segmented animals. See, mollusca are triploblastic, they are coelomate, but they are not segmented, so this is wrong. The most distinctive feature of Cnidaria is canal system. No, canal system is present in Porifera. So we need to mark the correct option, right. So we know that A, B and C are correct. So A, B and C are correct, right. A is correct, B is correct and C is correct, yes, right. D is wrong, E is wrong and even F is wrong. So correct option for this question is 1. Okay. Let's move on to our next question. Progesterone hormone is secreted by. Recall menstrual cycle. Recall everyone menstrual cycle. So we know that progesterone is secreted in the post-ovulatory phase, after ovulation. In the post-ovulatory phase, what is formed? Corpus luteum. Now this structure, corpus luteum, is named so because they have lutein pigment and the lutein pigment is a yellow colored pigment which gives yellow color to this corpus luteum. So corpus luteum is there in postovulatory phase. This phase is also known as the luteal phase. Obviously because of this corpus luteum, and this corpus luteum secretes progesterone in large quantity, isn't it? Also estrogen in small quantities. That's why in the graph of menstrual cycle you will see that estrogen has 2 peaks. Okay, go home, open your NCERT, see that there are 2 peaks of estrogen. So estrogen is also produced, but majorly it produces progesterone. What is the role of progesterone here? It thickens or maintains the thickening of endometrium lining for the pregnancy to persist, right? So here progesterone hormone is secreted by, very simple, corpus luteum, right? Now let's move on to our next question. Identify the functions related to glucocorticoids. This is a question from NCERT and my students are always confused here. What they will do, they will see glycogenesis related to glucocorticoid and they will mark that as correct. No, this is wrong, right? So choose the correct answer from the options given below. So these are A, B, C, D, E functions of glucocorticoid. You need to select which is the actual function of glucocorticoid. Not glycogenesis, but lipolysis, anti-inflammatory reaction, and regulation, not regulation, and erythropoiesis, right? Not regulation of blood calcium. So glucocorticoids will help in lipolysis, anti-inflammatory reaction, and erythropoiesis. Erythropoiesis is formation of RBC, but it is not involved in regulation of blood calcium level or glycogenesis. So the correct option for this question will be B, C and E. B, C and E are correct. So 1 is your correct answer, right? Please recall what is glycogenesis. Glycogenesis is formation of glycogen from glucose, right? That means glucose in the blood is formed into or changed into glycogen and stored in liver. Ultimately, in your blood, the glucose level will reduce. This is not the function of glucocorticoids, right? And what are glucocorticoids? These are the hormones that are secreted from adrenal cortex. Please note it down if you don't know. Glucocorticoids, example is cortisone, cortisol. Cortisol is also known as stress hormone, is released from adrenal cortex, right? And these glucocorticoids, common example is cortisol. Cortisol is also known as stress hormone, na? Right? It is secreted at the time of stress. And cortisone. Cortisone. Okay? Note it down. Now let's move on to our next question. Ornithine cycle, urea ornithine cycle will occur in liver. Straightforward question. In liver, now one more question is asked related to this urea ornithine cycle is what are the excretory products that are excreted from our body because of this urea cycle. Your answer will be ammonia and carbon dioxide. We know ammonia is very toxic. We cannot keep this ammonia for long in our body. So this ammonia is converted into urea with the help of this urea ornithine cycle in our liver, and from this urea is formed and then this urea is excreted. So what all two excretory products that are excreted with the help of this urea cycle? It is ammonia as well as carbon dioxide. My students, they forget carbon dioxide, they can only recall this ammonia, but please keep this in mind. Now let's move on to our next question. Identify the incorrect statement from the following. Incorrect. HGP stands for Human Genome Project, was closely associated with the rapid development of new area in biology called bioinformatics. Yes. DNA from a single cell is enough to perform DNA fingerprinting analysis. Yes, right. Even a single strand of DNA can help us in DNA fingerprinting. DNA fingerprinting works on the principle of polymorphism in DNA sequence. Absolutely correct. And human genome is said to have approximately 3 into 10 raised to the power 6 base pairs. No, it should be 3 into 10 raised to the power 9 base pair and not 3 into 10 raised to the power 6 base pair. So, in the question, we were thinking about the incorrect statement. So, this is the incorrect statement, right? Okay. Let's move on to our next question. See, questions are very good in this session, in all the sessions, right? All these questions are NEET based questions and CRT based questions, and the type of questions that are asked in NEET. So, if you are able to solve these questions, that means you will crack NEET as well. Okay. Please don't forget to like and share this session and subscribe Infinity Learn NEET channel. Key concepts of Darwinian theory was. Let's read all the statements one by one. Saltation and randomness of variation. No, saltation was given by Hugo de Vries in his theory of mutational theory of inheritance. Now, inheritance of acquired characters, use and disuse of organ. No, use and disuse of organ theory was given by Lamarck. I will write it down. Saltation by Hugo de Vries. This by use and disuse of organ by Lamarck. Genetic drift, gene flow. Genetic drift is also known as Sewall-Wright effect. So, this was given by Sewall-Wright. Right? Genetic drift is sudden change in the gene or allele frequency because of either migration or because of any natural calamity. That includes bottleneck effect and founder's effect. Please keep this in mind, and it is valid for a small population. All important points. Branching, descent and natural selection was given by Darwin. Right, was given by Darwin. Let's move on to our next question. In Australia, occurrence of spotted cuscus, numbat, Tasmanian tiger and cat explained. See, in Australia, the development of marsupials is itself an example of divergent evolution, right? It is an example of divergent evolution. That means from a single species, many species are formed, right? And this is divergent evolution. Okay. Right? That means from one species, many species are formed. Let's move on to our next question. Match the items given in column A and column B. Ear mufflers. Ear mufflers obviously will protect us from noise pollution, isn't it? So, from noise pollution, ear mufflers will protect us from. Incinerators. Incinerators can be used to destroy the hospital waste. That is very infectious. Scrubbers. How I remember scrubbers? By SS. So, scrubbers will help in preventing the SO2 pollution. SO2. Okay, SO2 is missing here. SO2 pollution, sulfur dioxide pollution, SS. Catalytic converter will help in reducing the levels of carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxide. Right? So, let's see what is the correct option. A is matched with 2, B is matched with 1, C is matched with 4 and D is matched with 3. Correct option is 1. Okay. So, correct option for this question is 1. Identify the incorrect match. From the following, cytokine barrier interferons. Yes, absolutely correct. cellular barrier basophil? No. What are basophils? Basophils are granulocytes. We know that neutrophils, eosinophils, basophils are granulocyte, monocyte and lymphocyte are agranulocyte. So basophil is a granulocyte that releases heparin, histamine and serotonin at the time of inflammation. So this is not an example of cellular barrier. They are not phagocytic. These are not phagocytic. So which one is phagocytic? Can you recall the neutrophils and the monocytes? Right? So these are the micropoliceman and the macropoliceman. Right? Physiological barrier is acid in stomach. See, HCl is missing here. Right? So HCl in stomach is a physiological barrier. And physical barrier is skin in our body. Yes. So the incorrect matched pair was the second one. Okay. Now let's move on to our next question. Otolith organ is present in. So otolith organ, very important because you miss this portion in neural control and coordination. This is from ear. Ear. See how simply we have solved. But let's go into detail. Otolith organ is present in the utricles and the sacules and in the sensory patch. There is otolith organ. And it helps in balancing or maintaining the balance of the body, right? So correct option here was ear. Okay. Next question, inbreeding depression can be rectified by. First let's understand what is inbreeding depression. Because of continuous inbreeding, when we want a pure line or a homozygous individual, then what we do continuous inbreeding. What is inbreeding? It is mating between the individuals of the same breed which are not more than 4 to 5 generations apart, which are close, right? That is inbreeding. But when we are doing continuous inbreeding, there will come a time when we will get progenies which are not fertile enough, right? So that is known as inbreeding depression. Now we can prevent this inbreeding depression by outbreeding, right? Outbreeding includes crossbreeding, outcrossing and interspecific hybridization. Now obviously we won't do this interspecific hybridization because it is what? It is mating between the individuals of two different species. The progeny that we get is infertile. Progeny which is infertile. So what we will do? We will do crossbreeding or outcrossing, right? Outcrossing, right? Now let's move on to our next question. What is the ecological interaction behind the biological control method of managing the pest insects? We can manage the pest insect. What are pest insects? Insects that are harmful for us, harmful for our crops. And how can we manage their number? With the help of predation. If we will introduce a predator, right, the predator will eat all the pests and ultimately we are happy because our crop is safe, right? So we use predation as a method of management of pest insects, right? Next, the number of dash species in the world is more than the combined total of the species of fishes, amphibians, reptiles and mammals. See, species of fungi will be the correct answer. Species of fungi in the world is more than the combined total of even fishes, amphibians, reptiles and mammals. So the correct option here will be fungi. Please note down this very important question. Next question. Carbohydrates are not digested in stomach of man. That is true. That is a true statement. Reason says gastric juice is strongly acidic in nature. That is also true. But is this reason a correct explanation of assertion? Absolutely no. Right? So assertion is true, reason is true, but reason is not the correct explanation of assertion. Okay? Do we have this type of statement? Assertion is false but reason is true? No. Both assertion and reason are true, and reason is not the correct explanation of assertion. So this will be the correct option. Why? Because yes, carbohydrates are not digested in stomach of man. Carbohydrate digestion starts from the mouth itself. 30% of starch is digested in the oral cavity, right, with the help of salivary amylase enzyme. And gastric juice is strongly acidic in nature. That is true, but it is not explaining, right? So let's move on to our next question. Anatomical dead space in the respiratory tract of man is about dead space. What is dead space? Around 500 ml of air is the tidal volume that we inhale and exhale. So around 500 ml of air is the tidal volume, right? Is a tidal volume, right? But from this 500 ml, only 350 ml of air reaches your alveoli, which is available for the exchange, okay? Which is known as the pulmonary ventilation, or sorry, alveolar ventilation, right? Out of this 500 ml, 150 ml of air is trapped in the discrepancies of our respiratory tract. Okay, there will be some ingrowths or spaces in the anatomy of our respiratory tract. So 150 ml of air is trapped there. It never reaches our alveoli for exchange, and this is known as the dead space. Okay. So 500 ml is known as the pulmonary ventilation. This amount of air enters our lungs, but only 350 ml is reaches in the alveoli for exchange, and this is known as the alveolar ventilation, and 150 ml air is known as the dead space, right? So yes, how much amount of air will be trapped in the dead space? It is around 150 ml. Correct answer for this question. Let's move on to our next question. Following are the statements about cardiac cycle. During joint diastole, tricuspid and bicuspid valves are open and semilunar valves are closed. Let's see one by one all the statements. During joint diastole, tricuspid and bicuspid valves are open and semilunar valves are closed. Right. Atrial systole causes 30% of the ventricular filling. Yes, and rest 70% is not during atrial systole, but it is during the diastole, right? Dup sound is produced by closure of semilunar valves during ventricular diastole. See, dup is caused by closure of semilunar valves at the time of ventricular diastole. Yes, that is right. Lub sound is produced during atrial systole. See, lub sound is produced during the closure of atrioventricular valve, but these will not be closed during atrial systole. When atrial is contracting, we need the blood to go, 30% blood to go into the ventricles. That time AV valve should be open. Okay, they cannot close. So this is wrong. Cardiac output by each ventricle is 5000 ml in a healthy individual. Yes. What is cardiac output? It is the blood pumped by both the ventricles in 1 minute in the aorta and pulmonary artery. It is around 5 liters, right? We know what is stroke volume, don't confuse. Stroke volume is the volume of blood pumped by the ventricle during 1 beat. So multiply stroke volume into heart rate, you will get cardiac output, okay? Now, cardiac output that we have done. Choose the correct answer from the options given below. So, are A, B, C and E are correct. A, B, C and E are correct. 3 is the correct option. Okay. Now, let's move on to our next question. Which hormones are produced only during pregnancy time in women? So, during pregnancy, HCG, human chorionic gonadotropin, HPL, human placental lactogen and relaxin will be produced, okay, by the placenta. Okay, estrogen, progesterone is present, is released by our ovary, right? Even if there is no pregnancy. Even LH is secreted from the anterior pituitary gland. So, correct option is 2. The first clinical gene therapy was given for the deficiency of. The first clinical gene therapy was conducted in the year 1990. I never forget this year, right? This was done to treat SCID in a 4-year-old girl. SCID is severe combined immunodeficiency, and many a times it is asked in NEET. Severe combined immunodeficiency, SCID, okay, that leads to ADA deficiency. That is due to ADA deficiency. ADA is adenosine deaminase enzyme. If this enzyme ADA is deficient in any individual, your T lymphocytes will not be activated, leading to severe combined immunodeficiency. Immune system will be suppressed. So ADA, adenosine deaminase enzyme deficiency, was treated first time with the help of gene therapy in 1990 in a 4-year-old girl. Okay, please note it down, very important for your exam. Now let's move on to our next question. Statement 1, eyes of octopus and mammals represent divergent evolution? No, it represents convergent evolution. Imagine. Okay. Imagine eyes of octopus and mammals, they have different structure but the same function, that is vision. So it is a type of convergent evolution and not divergent. Evolution is a stochastic process based on chance events in the nature and chance mutation in the organism. Absolutely correct, yes. Okay, so statement 1 is incorrect but statement 2 is correct. Correct option here will be option number 1. Let's move on to our next question. Corpus callosum. Corpus callosum is what? Dorsal portion of the midbrain? No. Yellow body of the ovary? No. Tract of nerve fiber? Yes. Connecting the cerebral hemisphere. So our forebrain has cerebral hemispheres. They are two in number, left and right cerebral hemisphere, and they are connected to each other with the help of tracts of nerve fibers known as corpus callosum. Okay. So correct option is 3. Match list 1 with list 2. Clavicle is the collarbone. Yes, clavicle is the collarbone, also known as the beauty bone. Hyoid is the U-shaped bone. Very interesting. This hyoid or U-shaped bone is the only bone in your body that does not have any bony connection. Okay, so U-shaped bone is the bone that don't have any bony connection. This is also a question of GK. Okay, rest all the bones in your body will be connected to some other bone, but this is the only bone which is connected to the muscles only, no bony attachment, right? Now sternum is the flat bone which is also known as the breastbone, and coccyx. Coccyx is the vertebral column. Yes, coccyx is a part of vertebral column. It is the coccygeal bone that is formed by the fusion of forebone. Forebone. You know the formula of vertebrae: cervical C7, thoracic 12, lumbar 5, sacral 1 formed by the fusion of 5 vertebra, and coccyx 1 formed by the fusion of 4 vertebra. This is the formula for your vertebrae. 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, 1 sacrum with which is formed by the fusion of 5 bones, and 1 coccyx which is formed by the fusion of 4 bones. Please note it down. Okay. So let's see what will be the correct option for this question. A will be matched with 2, B will be matched with 4, C will be matched with 1, D will be matched with 3. So 1 is the correct option. Okay. Let's move on to our next question. Each trophic level has a certain mass of living material at a particular time. So the mass of living material at a particular time in a given trophic area is known as a standing crop, right? The integral form, they are asking integral, the integral form of the exponential growth curve. The integral form of the exponential growth curve is NT and not ERT, right? So 3 is the correct option, directly taken from your NCERT book. Natural aging of a lake by nutrient enrichment of its water is what? Imagine there is a water body. Okay, imagine there is a water body and it is being polluted by the domestic sewage, which is the most common cause of pollution. Now when domestic sewage will pollute that water body, that domestic sewage is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus. What will happen? In that water body, algae will start to bloom. There will be algal bloom. Ultimately, what will happen? When algae has covered the surface of the water body, light will not be able to reach beneath, right? The organism there will not be able to get oxygen because all the oxygen will be consumed by algae itself, right? So ultimately, slowly, rest of the organism like the plants, the other aquatic animals will die. And slowly there will be death of that water body, natural death of that water body, which is known as eutrophication, right? Eichhornia, which is also known as the terror of Bengal, is also a cause of eutrophication, isn't it? So correct option here is 2. One more match the following question. I love this type of questions. So typhoid is caused by Salmonella typhi bacteria. It is a bacterial disease, right? Malaria is caused by Plasmodium species like Plasmodium vivax, malaria, ovale, falciparum causes malaria and spread by female Anopheles mosquito. Ringworm is a fungal disease caused by Trichophyton fungi. Kala azar, which is also known as leishmaniasis, caused by Leishmania donovani, right? Now this Kala azar is also known as leishmaniasis caused by Leishmania donovani. Now let's see what is the correct option. A will be matched with 3, B will be matched with 4, C will be matched with 1 and D will be matched with 2. So correct option is second one, right? Let's move on to our next question. Which one of the following is an autosomal recessive disorder? Autosomal recessive Mendelian disorder. So in the option you have myotonic dystrophy, Down syndrome, Klinefelter syndrome and cystic fibrosis. The cystic fibrosis is the answer. Now this cystic fibrosis is autosomal recessive disorder. Okay. This Klinefelter syndrome is allosomic chromosomal disorder, right? This Down syndrome is autosomal chromosomal disorder. That means there is trisomy of the 21st chromosome. In the 21st chromosome, instead of 2, there are 3 chromosomes, right? And myotonic dystrophy or muscular dystrophy, it is autosomal dominant disorder. Note it down, everyone. It is autosomal dominant disorder. Very important question, but the correct option for this question will be option 4, that is cystic fibrosis, right? Brain capacity of Homo erectus is 900 cc. Homo erectus were the first fossil that had an erect posture. It includes whom? Java man and the write down Java man and the Peking man, right, whose fossils were found in Java and Peking, right. So they have erect posture and they were the first to discover fire, okay, asked in exam, right. This 1400 cc is the cranial capacity of Neanderthal man. This is also asked in NEET. So 14,000 cc is the cranial capacity of Neanderthal man, right. They lived in caves. They used to bury their dead ones, buried dead, and they used to use hide for covering their body. Hide means skin of animals, okay, for covering the body, okay. Now remember that handyman is the another name of Homo habilis, and they were first to make tools, okay. Also one more important information you should know, that Cro-Magnon man were the one who have made cave paintings, right. So this is important information, please note it down. The correct option for this question is 4th one. Homo erectus have brain capacity of around 900 cc, okay. Next question. Transfer of ovum collected from a donor. Ovum is collected and it is transferred in the fallopian tube of another female who cannot produce one. If a female is not able to produce ova or egg, right, so that ova is taken from the donor and is introduced in the fallopian tube, but can provide suitable environment for fertilization is the term. So in the fallopian tube, ova, that is the gamete that is transferred. So this becomes gamete intrafallopian transfer or gift. What is gift? It is gamete intrafallopian transfer. Since here the gamete is ova, which is transferred in the fallopian tube. Why? Because fertilization can be there in the fallopian tube. And what is the site of fertilization? Tell me in the chat. So the site of fertilization in the fallopian tube is the ampulla. I will write it down. Very important. Another important question of NEET. Site of fertilization is ampulla. Please don't say ampullary ischemic junction. That was in the old book, right? So ampulla is the site of fertilization in the fallopian tube where the secondary oocyte and the sperm will fertilize, right? So correct option here was gift. Okay, so that was it, dear students. Hope you all have enjoyed this session, right? Every day we come at 7 p.m. and discuss the solutions of mock test here. Till NEET we will be doing it, and on the day of NEET on 17th of July in the evening after your exam we will come live with all the answer keys and solutions. Please don't forget to join us then. And also please don't forget to like and share this session and subscribe Infinity Learn NEET channel if you haven't subscribed it yet. Thank you, dear students. See you in the next class. Bye bye.